Oh, hello, fancy seeing you all here. Oh, thanks for portaling over to us. Brandi is going to be starting the YNW Melly case with day one, and we are, man, what an interview. Mark was so nice to give us so much of his time, and that was wonderful. And boy, oh boy, we can't wait to have him back just to talk about different things. It would be awesome to just run different trials by him and stuff. He's a busy guy, and so rightfully so. I mean, he's got a lot going on. He did a great job. But welcome. I know I'm not your typical face that you see, so it's not as pretty of a stream. And but yours truly does eventually have to go to work. And so as soon as Brandi gets in here, I'm going to turn over the reins and drive to work at a reasonable speed. Um, Hello. It was a great interview. We appreciate you all being there. And it was awesome. It was awesome. And for those of you who are enjoyed that interview tonight on Night Court at 8:45, Brandi and I and we will be interviewing Kirk Nurmi, who was the lead counsel for Jodi Arias. And so, boy, Monday just exploded in busy. So we're really excited to have Kirk join us for a little while, and just kind of pick his brain about things pre-trial, during trial, and after trial, because he's also got a lot of wonderful um, uh, give me 1 second. Sorry, I can't do two things at once. I'm a dude. Um, he's done a lot of great things post trial and post everything that happened. So we're really excited to hear that. Sicily, the 13th is for basically there's 12 jurors in a box, and we are the 13th juror. We are the court, I guess, of public opinion in a way, but we like to call you all our 13th jurors, and we're very excited to have you here. I do, but I don't do them well, as you can see. Carolina Girl, if you're talking about the interview, it'll start at 8:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, and it's sure to be a good time. Everybody had some good questions. If you still have questions for Kirk, you can email me at jt@13thjurorpodcast.com, and I will try and put them in on and add them to my list. So there's still time. There's still time to do that. And so definitely, yeah, definitely send those to me if you're interested. Oh gosh. Let's see here. Hello, 303 people who have just joined us. Crystal, yes, it is. Kirk did write a book. In fact, there's 2 books in 3 parts, and I have it right back here. Hello.
Hi. Sorry, I am trying to get my my feet up and doing everything and trying to calm down, Lucy.
One step. Everybody's going to talk in the chat and kind of recap the interview. I, of course, need to go to work. So
okay.
So I'm going to leave, and I'll be back in like 45 minutes. So I will see you soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You got it. All right. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was awesome. Oh goodness. I am showing something's going on with my connection. I might have to what's happening? I might have to restart something. So it might take me about 1 minute. I'm getting our stuff pulled up. We haven't missed that much time yet, but let's see. Let's see. All right, so let me pull this. Talk amongst yourselves. What was that from? Was that that old Saturday Night Live skit? Okay. Going from one thing to the other. Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Let's see, hide, and we'll do it at it won't take us long to catch up because we have the breaks and stuff to catch up on. Let me reset my internet thing real quick because I have my little thing that's telling me. Actually, let me try to connect it to this one and see if that helps. If that doesn't help, then I have like my blue cable thingy, whatever that's called. JT's the one who knows these things. I have that hooked up, and then I have like Wi-Fi as a backup on here. So I'm making sure that we have enough. Oh, not everyone moved from the portal. Let's see what happened. Oh, portal didn't work. Uh-oh. Ethernet. That's the word I can never remember. Ethernet cable. Oh, it didn't work. Let me go in and let me see if the chat ended or if that part is. I'm so excited. That was such a great interview. He's awesome. Okay, chat is closed. It says 5 minutes. So hopefully, oh, portal worked for you. So I think with some people, it doesn't portal everybody at once for whatever reason. So we'll give it just a second for everybody to get caught up. I'm seeing some people that are portaling here. We'll give it just a second for everybody to get caught up. Oh, I need to share my screen and all that anyway. So that was amazing. I'm incredibly honored that, you heard him say like they have hundreds of people. I got to turn my air on, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, I'll mute it when we're listening to stuff we need to hear. I am incredibly honored that he said that, he has hundreds of people reaching out to him to do interviews, and he wanted to, he turned them all down and wanted to come on with us. I think that's really cool. It's very, it's flattering. And today is 2 months since my very first live stream. And I was doing the videos and stuff before, but I didn't do my first live stream until Lori Vallow came out because there wasn't anybody else doing the audio live stream that in like the little group of people that I follow and subscribe to. So I thought, why not? So that's only been 2 months ago. And so for this to be happening is really, really cool. I'm very excited about it. So, that was a big, Gingersaurus, welcome. Congratulations. You've been with us for a while, but now you are back in green. You're in green. Look great in green. Let's see. Yeah, the colors of the red of the 13th Juror thing, it changes based on the what are you doing? What is your problem? You want to say hi? Is that your problem? Say hi. Oh, your hair's a mess. She's got bedhead, y'all. She's got bedhead, but that's okay. We love her anyway. It's a huge deal. 2 months in, and this has been such an amazing thing. Yeah, the red, I see y'all answering it now. So the red is just how long you've been a member, which we've only had the memberships for a little over a month. So it changes when you've been here for more than a month. I think that's what the thing is. But yeah, so that was a huge moment for us. So excited about it. And then we have tonight, where we've been doing our night court on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Tonight we have Kirk Nermi on there, who is just, we're so excited to have him too. Like it's such a huge deal for us to have him on there too. He was representing Jodi Arias, and if you've read his book, you know that he was not necessarily a fan of hers, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say as well. So that is tonight at 8:45, 7:45 Central. So yeah, the gifts, you can, if you are having trouble getting on there to get the membership thing going, it might be, if you're on an iPhone or iPad, the join button is not on there. But you can, if you turn on your gifts, we have people gifting memberships all the time, which might be a easier way for you to get it. If you want to join and you have an iPhone or an iPad, they said if you go through the Safari or web browser, whatever you have, that is the best way to do that. All right, let me see, because I think I just fixed my internet, but we're gonna double check. I think as of right now, it shows it's working. Let me turn this down. Okay. All right, very cool. So if y'all want to, I think it's really cool that we are the only interview that he's done. So I will share it on Twitter when I get a moment to breathe. I will share it on Twitter, and if y'all want to share it too, we can get some more people to our little channel. I think it's really cool that he took time out of the day, and also that Heidi's done some high profile stuff, and she hasn't done any media in 30 years, but she's wants to come on the show. So I think that's really cool, and says a lot about our little family. So I'm very appreciative of that. I think it's really cool. All right, so let's see. I think for now, my internet that I just reset is working. Let's see. I'm going to set this at playback speed. We will do 1.25 speed. Oh, I need to share it. Let's see. Share screen. Share. Oops, let me move. Here we go. All right. Yes, I feel so honored that he doesn't want to talk to any other outlets too. I think it's such a cool thing, and I am very appreciative of him coming on. Okay, so for this one, this is the YNW Melly murder trial, double murder trial. If you missed, I will give you a small Cliff's Notes version right before we start. If you missed the Friday recap that we did going over the information, basically, he stands trial for the murder of two of his friends, his two best friends. He actually has both of their names tattooed on his face, and he's had their names tattooed on his face since before they passed. And he is I'm not going to take the time to go over all the evidence again because all that's about to come out. But basically, they're saying that he shot and killed his friends and then staged it to look like a drive-by. So there is some circumstantial evidence surrounding it, the trial. So we'll see. You know, I've got, y'all know me and my court docs. So I've got a bunch of court docs, and we went over a lot of it Friday. But if you want to know all that stuff before we get into it, you can go back and look at that one. We spent about an hour and a half going over that. Queen Olive Ruth Ann just gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And that one went to Kelly. So welcome, Kelly. Thank you so much, Queen Olive Ruth Ann. We appreciate you so much. I feel like I can breathe a little bit now. All right. Let me make sure. Yep, 1.25. All right. Are we ready to get started, family? I think I am going to have some of the, they're doing the construction again today. Right now, they're on the building next to me. But when that starts, I'll have to have my mic muted and won't be able to say much of anything, because then if I don't, y'all won't be able to hear over anything. But he says it's not that he has multiple personalities. He has mixed personalities, is I think the way he worded it. And he even, his album even talks about it. His real name, like his given name, is Jamell, and he goes by Melly. And he says Melvin, I think, is the like alter ego who is when he gets angry, that's who Melvin is. He only lets him come out at night, that type of thing. So now, as far as like if that's going to be his defense, that's what we've heard, people speculating about, because he said it in interviews, but we don't know yet if that's what he's for sure, if that's what he's going to try to use as his defense. So we're just not sure. He has been in jail for quite a while. This happened in October of 2018. He's been in jail since I think February of 2019, I believe. He went through COVID and had COVID while he was locked up, and everything kind of has gotten pushed back over and over because of this. So there's a lot of crazy parts to this case. Like, he has one of the victims' names. Oh, he has both the victims tattooed on his face. One of them, he has the victim's mom's name tattooed on his neck, because they're really close. And he is best known for his song called "Murder on My Mind." That was one of the weird things that we kind of went over to, is that it was written before all of this happened, but it's kind of eerie, the video and the lyrics of it, where he's got, in the video, he's like holding his friend dying, and he says in the lyrics, something about how he shot him. He didn't even mean to shoot him. He just caught him by surprise, and then he shot him 2 more times, and stuff like that. So it was interesting how his biggest song that he's known for is talking about shooting his friend, and then now he's on murder for shooting his 2 best friends. So it's if you missed the Friday stream, I definitely recommend checking it out, because there was a lot of really crazy stuff on there. All right, so we are going to get started on this. Let me make sure I have my audio shared with you. Let's see. Oh, yes, Lindsay Hendricks. This is the one. The video that I did Friday, there was a graphic that I did, and I said that my graphic that I did looked. I basically merged two of them that Patrick CC did and kind of put them into one. So I wanted to make sure I gave him credit because my stuff wasn't exactly like his, but it was very similar, like the one graphic that I made. But he has a great video that goes over a lot of this stuff. Patrick CC on YouTube. And one of my graphics that I made for the Friday video is looks very similar to, well, I kind of merged two of his. So, all right. Let's see. I've got my audio shared. We are going to get it going. Let's see how this goes. Give me a second. It's making the video is choppy. I need to reset my little internet thing. Give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Give it a second to catch up. Yeah, that's like his for real last name. Like his. Okay, I think my internet is caught up now. Let's see. Yep. He's jamming in his head. Their audio is very they're banging. He was 19 when this happened. He's young. Oh, Terry K gifted a membership while I was messing with stuff. Thank you, Terry K. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. We are starting from the beginning, so this is the very beginning. Hi, Olivia Rose. Welcome. Welcome, 13th Juror. Sorry I didn't do the first in the tailgate this morning. We had so much going on, but thank you, Jennifer Peru. No, JT was kind of handling the super chat stuff because I was focusing on the questions, trying not to get caught up. I wasn't able to watch chat that much, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carolina girl. Thank you so much. It was a huge honor to have him on there. See if we can skip forward so we can catch up. There's a video I put out Friday that goes over all of that. If you want to check it out, Marie Moss, that goes over all the evidence against him. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas. I appreciate that. He's so young.
Hey, all jurors present are accounted for? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the attendance of Mr. Deming, City Council, the Assistant State Attorney, on the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all have a nice weekend. We're about ready to begin today. At this time, the attorneys for the parties have the opportunity to make their call opening statements in which they may explain to you the issues of the case and summarize the facts that they expect the evidence will show. The statements that the attorneys now make and the arguments that they later make are not to be considered by you as either evidence in the case or as your instructions in the law. Nevertheless, these statements are intended to help you properly understand the issues, the evidence, and the applicable law, so you should give them your close attention. Counsel?
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed 2 of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you're going to hear is that at 4:35 a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, a co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has 2 dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has 2 major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by, quote unquote drive-by. Cortland Henry, and you're going to learn a lot about Miramar geography during the course of this trial, tells a story that he and his buddies, just the 2 that are in the car, were at a music studio here in downtown Fort Lauderdale at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. He's going to tell law enforcement, and you're going to hear this statement, you're going to hear the actual audio of him telling law enforcement, we were at the recording studio, we drove home, because they lived out in West Miramar. You're going to hear Cortland say that they come across in the path of travel, that they're getting off the highway on I-75 southbound to go west on Miramar Parkway. And you're going to hear that on Miramar Parkway, sometime between 160th, which is also commonly referred to as Dykes Road, and 172nd, Cortland Henry says they were shot at. That he ducked down, and you'll see him doing that in the video, and that he didn't see any car, he didn't see any people, he has no information, and that he quickly went to the nearest hospital. So you're going to learn that when you go on Miramar Parkway, and you take that right at 172, Memorial Miramar is just about 1 mile north. So the distance between most major intersections in Broward County is 1 mile. So you're going to learn that from 160th to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to the next major intersection on Miramar Parkway, 184th, 1 mile. So you're going to hear and find that Mr. Henry's statement that the car is traveling westbound on Memorial Parkway, then goes north on 172nd and shows up at the hospital for the drive-by is completely and utterly false. How can I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the detectives from Miramar at this point shut down the entire length of Miramar Parkway from 160th to 172nd. And they sit and they walk side by side for an hour, that mile-long stretch, looking for evidence of this drive-by. Because evidence is the remnants a crime leaves behind. And in this case, the lack of evidence is very important. There is a lack of any evidence whatsoever to support that a drive-by happened on Miramar Parkway. What would they look for? Shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they said, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong. Maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fire casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects. That has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address, that it's a recording studio, and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by. In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamell Demons, is in the rear driver's side seat. So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamell Demons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry, again, the driver, Christopher Thomas, in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595 one after the other. In those videos,
Thank you.
you're not going to see them stop. And it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, used on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamell Demons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on his phone. You're going to see on that phone information that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamell Demons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan. They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those 2 cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear passenger seat, he had his iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in 2 cars, and all of the cell phone tracks together, going across 595, going until they get to Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south, and you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27 and turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a trash facility. That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamell Demons exits that vehicle and stages that driveway. Because ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. They're looking for communication to figure out how and why and how the location of this Jeep was known, why they would be targeted. At that point, there is no communication. You're not going to see any sort of phone calls, any sort of text messages going out, setting up any sort of meeting at the edge of the Everglades at 4 in the morning. What you are going to find is that after the surveillance footage is brought up, some of these other individuals say, oh no, we stopped. We stopped the car and Mr. Demons on the side of the highway got out of the gray Jeep and got into the red Mitsubishi. But ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know and look at the details, because the details don't match up. One person says, oh, it's at this location. One person says it's over here on the side of the road. Look at what the physical evidence shows, and that's what I would suggest to you as the most reliable things. So on the physical evidence, the Jeep is towed to the Miramar substation, and a search warrant is executed on it. And at that point, officers, crime scene technicians, and investigators start going through the contents of the Jeep. And all of the ballistic from the drive-by are all coming from the passenger side in towards the driver's side, and then from the rear of the vehicle forward towards the front. The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters in the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window, was fatal. And that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. They are post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas. You will hear from the medical examiner's office, Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter, who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him. You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw it, the golf ball is going to go the furthest because it has the most weight, the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, which has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling. The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen, the things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then. You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determination. So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings, .40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. Because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamell Demons all line up at 4:02 a.m. That point, afterwards, Mr. Demons' phone tracks with the two victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Portland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamell Demons on the side of the road made a FaceTime video chat. At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamell Demons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. That it's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamell Demons outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Demons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon, to his current location, to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons, then about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin, where Mr. Demons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is, 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m., another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps. You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed the crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene, and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Matt, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number, 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get contents of Snapchat. And there are things that are there, and there are things that are not. And so, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, the Instagram, the defendant, during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018, gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially was that this was committed by a criminal gang member in furtherance of a criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamell Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamell Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine Blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? because C is associated with Crips. B is for Bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamell Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today. We are here because the defendant murdered 2 individuals. So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, "Yo, homie, you good? Let me know something." And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, "My whole floor is coding," that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, "My whole floor is coding," that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good, after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, "I did that. Shh." Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Mr. Howard?
We have 5 minutes.
You recess?
5 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. We'll discuss the case in the button. Certain no research, and keep those focused on the chair. Thank you.
All right, that's prosecution. Now let's hear what defense has to say. Can't get over how young he is. We don't have audio. Why don't we have audio? Oh.
Prosecutors are given great power, endless resources to perform their mission of pursuing justice. But that's not what occurred here. What they will bring you is a case that is riddled with reasonable doubt, that is founded on an incompetent and incomplete investigation, and the exercise of poor judgment at every turn. The state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the allegations that they have made. And there is a reason for that. You recall Ms. Bradley, some of you may recall, during jury selection, going to great lengths to let you know that she does not have to prove motive. And she's right about that. The law doesn't require her to prove motive. But you know what does require motive? A young man to wake up one day and decide that he's going to kill two of his best friends. Best friends that he grew up with, best friends that he hangs out with, best friends who he lives with, best friends whose careers he was trying to launch alongside his own. They have no reason for why he would do this, because there is no reason. And if there's no reason, it doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know. That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason.
Yes.
What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Moretti, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision. He zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence. There's a difference between cases that are investigated and cases that are fabricated. When a case is investigated, the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and all its energy to identify leads and run them to ground. When a case is fabricated, first a target is chosen, and then the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and its energy to run that target into the ground. That's what occurred here, and there's a reason why I say that. There are a number of leads that you will discover that were identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Let's start with the most obvious. Cortland Henry. Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat of a car with two dead bodies, car riddled with bullets. And when he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he had discharged a firearm. And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred. And he lies about not having a phone.
Stop, Lucy.
I think it was Miss Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in his pocket. Not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car. So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they labeled him a victim. And they said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location? See if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe? You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location. Why? Moretti already had his man. What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened. He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who are they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discussed what they described as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these two people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know all these intimate details? Oh, I heard it, something to the effect of a word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored. Then there's Robert Colbert. Who was he? He's a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message: LOL, we killed 2 of your niggas. Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Colbert, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Colburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own? If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20? And if he's in the business of doing that, that's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hedgepath. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, we coming at that Jeep. Can't remember the quote. You're going to hear about it. And essentially, it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime? You've already determined who your defendant will be. And when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is a year and a half before, they said, oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career. Who told him that? We're not talking to a soul. So it took them a year and a half to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, hey, did you commit the murder? No. Were you in the area? No. Where were you? Well, I could have been at work. At work where? Any one of 3 places. Okay, could you give me your work schedule? As though that would prove anything. He said, well, I can get it now. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me. Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends him an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, oh, he's not there, wasn't him, case closed. Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You are going to hear about them during the course of this trial. But beyond that, 3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life. This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these 2 young men is a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have watched it. Jurors often get confused as to their mission. You can't do a job unless you know what that job is. Every civil society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes and offenses. That's a noble pursuit. There's nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is, they send a cop to go arrest them, they throw him in jail, that's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show to see who you like more. There are 2 grades, beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A+, everything else is an F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses. You are akin to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for? They don't look for milk. They look for fat. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for. They have no motive. Their entire case is hinged upon technology of a phone they claim to have been in Mr. DeMonz's possession. What they fail to tell you is that they come across evidence that Mr. DeMons got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their feet. What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamell DeMons. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him because that is consistent with their theory. They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. The investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. If they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt, and what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, hmm. If you say, hmm, that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. Should probably get to it.
Mr. Howard, thank you. Counsel, you ready to proceed? Sure. First witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Amenger.
Good openings by both, so we'll see. We got to keep an open mind because we've seen in our last case, you can't always rely on just what you hear in the beginning. Good morning, Ricky Watson. I see you. Hello, hello.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Jessica Amenger. Welcome. Come on through this witness stand. What I'd like you to do is remain standing.
That's loud.
Thank you. Raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You state your full legal name for the record.
Full name is Jessica Hyde Amenger. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica. Last name Amenger.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Amenger, that microphone doesn't move back or forward. It will only adjust up and down.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Amenger. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, State of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-school position, and then 6 years now as a sworn law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing persons reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then for traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification. So any traffic crashes that responded into serious bodily injury or death, that was fine as well.
And can you tell us about your training experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement police academy, several classes including field training officer or training officers as they get hired, continued my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes. So as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details. at various locations in the city. So if a business is having an increase of burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies. Newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets, they want officers stand by to prevent things happening. And then obviously anything that was transpired, call for additional resources to assist them.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital, Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is at 1901 Southwest 172nd Ave.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So, and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right, and where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull into the emergency room, right there at the security desk, there's two entrances or two doors, but it goes with the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into the door, I'm sitting to the right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. And that was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. I have a vehicle that's been involved in a shooting, you can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle and see two unresponsive males. So I advise have possible dead persons as well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER,
Yes.
correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here, door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We have several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just the fact that there were multiple bullet holes in the side, they weren't moving. If somebody was able for me to help them, they'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes, so I immediately, after waiting in for assistance and letting the security guard at the desk, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me, put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist. I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, no, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately? And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you walked it, we parked the vehicle, there's like a decent sized sidewalk area for people to, pick which other door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, suspect information, where I need, other additional resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area. And then at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so, all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
Okay. And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off a highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting a story, he's going like this, because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat, he was driving, to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Cortland Henry?
No,
Were you able to observe any blood?
no. I actually told him several times that he was lucky because for that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked a detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as States 8 for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your mind?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as States A, as States 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It will be admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence that are received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. You lights dim, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hold on.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the property. Is an ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance. And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance. What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen with those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. The dashes are for them to see pedestrians walking across into the yard. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and there's the 2 doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER, the adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is a security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that the clerk is making.
continuing to publish. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame, is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my patrol radio.
Okay. Was that how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
That's me telling security guard I need medical staff. I'm putting on gloves to check purples.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
And I see at this point, it looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's gonna be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's gonna be Officer Hession.
That's not my construction. I've had my mic muted, and we're not blurring that. This is all from their feed. My mic has been muted. I don't know who's beating on what over there. So this isn't the defendant bringing them. He was not in the car when they made it to the hospital. This is the other one who is also charged, but not. They're not tried together. This is Portland is the other one who was charged. He's the one who drove. Yeah, they said that he got out right before they got to the hospital, and he FaceTimed his girlfriend to come pick him up and said he had just been in a drive-by. Their audio is awful. Maybe they're doing that so we don't hear their sidebar. That's awful. Welcome, those of y'all joining us from the RA raid. I guess that's what it is. It's awful. Maybe they could calm theirs down a little bit. We promise not to listen. Thank you for the super sticker, Lucy Bowers. Thank you. Oh, this is cool. years. There we go.
Now, officer, I noticed that you continue to speak with Portland Henry throughout the duration of the video. Why is it important that you were speaking with him?
So, trying to establish where this actually occurred. I'm asking him, he told me the story, so he's not familiar with the area. So every time you see him going like this, he's finishing the story, but every time I'm asking him, trying to ask him if he recognizes certain landmarks. And obviously, we've been working for the city for a while, so I'm very familiar with geography. There's several highways that go through the city. So I'm asking him specifically, asking him about these landmarks so we can narrow down which highway he actually came off of.
And was that information ultimately information that was conveyed to you, conveyed to the other Miramar police officers?
Yes, so that particular night, the way our schedule works, it's a overlap with both of our overnight shifts. So at that point, you have about approximately anywhere from 15 to 20 officers working the road. So because of that nature of the call, the entire city will respond to various job duties. So several will come to the actual hospital to work that crime scene along that, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives. And you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit from the turnpike. There's an exit from the turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75 and US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital will be canvassing those intersections of major highways to see if they can find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where this occurred.
Okay. And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video where other police officers arrived?
Yes, so my detail work is until 6 a.m. and accidents happen at 4 and change, so I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
Any cross?
Yes.
May I? You may.
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
What it said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, you would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever you responded to, I would write to put out evidentiary wise on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue. No.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio for the officers to canvas, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. If they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk, or words to that effect.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance, the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still a hospital. So anybody Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked up to the ER or rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime, so I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken into that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep.
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Cortland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down,
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? No. You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Could I have one moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Council, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's public record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log?
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that council just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman in the meeting, Mr. Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Council, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Or go to your next witness.
Take a call, John Ketchen.
John who? Their audio is awful. But at least we get to hear it. At least we get to watch it. He was 19 when this happened. He just turned 24 in May of this year.
Good morning, I'm John Hedge. Yes, sir. Welcome. This is our witness stand. I'm on up here for a second. When you get there, just remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full name for the record.
Full name is John Hedgen,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and the last name is Hettchen.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you, do not move back or forth. Before it just goes up or down, just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Council, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Ketchen. How are you today?
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
Currently employed with Brook Road Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Brook Road Police Department?
going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Marijuana Police Department,
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
a little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy, did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with Marijuana Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, we had in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all that.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
What was your job description?
Road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, did you have an agent to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I have not responded to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sallyport area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency bay. The doors were open of the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle. I immediately saw hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw two victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, you explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works.
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being, will set up crime scene tape. If anyone who enters the tape will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Mentor.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times of which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Anangor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was the detail officer, so on the actual crime scene log, I just have her listed as the detail officer.
Okay. And the next officer that is documented?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Myself.
After that?
Officer Cox.
After that?
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that we're at now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad.
Who else?
Officer Valdez.
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Anangor, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting on the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Stepp.
And what purpose is Sergeant Stepp in there for?
I believe he's one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was just part of the investigation.
Okay. And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez.
After that?
Sergeant Worth.
And then who?
Officer Herrera.
After that, the next two detectives, who did you document?
Detective Berglund and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell.
after Officer Campbell. Is that still all in your handwriting, or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.
Yes.
So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the gate. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told them they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversations.
No further questions, Adam?
Representative Ross, this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And redirect,
No, Your Honor.
is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Judge. Can I read it?
Sure.
Oh, that sound is awful. The other one, I put it in here, but the other one who, the driver was charged but was out on bond.
Application to allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence, certain no research, just leave no head on your chair, goes back to you shortly. Thank you.
I haven't had a chance to dig through all of the driver's court docs yet. But I saw because somebody said he was out on bond, and I was like, there's no way. But he was granted bond.
Put one over there. You want me to hold on to it?
Yeah, defendant is still in jail.
Let's get on the record, please. In order to reflect the offense of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, the attorney in the hearing. Madam, are you ready to proceed? Please next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
And counsel, I know you presented to me our sidebar jury instruction 2.6. You presented to the defense as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to this?
No objection.
All right. So are you ready to proceed? Your witnesses here?
Yes, Your Honor. Would you like us to have the transcript on the jurors' chairs to make it easier, unless?
I think Gary, you can pass it out to him, sure. And you've seen the transcript as well, Mr. Howard?
We have not seen this. Well, we want to, you saw it, but I want to see what they're handing out to the jurors.
Please do. Thank you.
Exactly. He's so young. Yeah, Melly is still in custody.
Your Honor, I assume that after the papers played, Gary will collect those transcripts.
That's correct. They're not evidence per se. They don't go back with a jury and they don't hold on. But you've seen the transcript, is that correct? And it's not disputed?
If it's identical to what we received in the scope.
So
And
you're
I've seen
good? Everybody's good? It's not disputed. I know Mr. Adelstein asked me to take a look at it, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Mr. Adelstein?
It is identical. Based upon the representation, that it's identical to what we were given.
How many pages is it?
It's,
20 pages, 25 pages of evidence.
25 pages.
Oh.
Based on the representation that it's identical.
All right, so it's based on that representation, you're not disputing it, and the instructions are like 2.6. We're going to read that at the appropriate time. All right, so Gary, you can just put one on each of their chairs? Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I code for, Your Honor? Would you like a copy?
That's fine, I'll take it. Madam, you want? Counsel, you gave me, I guess,
There are two statements. One is very short, one is longer.
Counsel, you've seen both statements, is that right?
We're comparing them right now, but yeah, there's a difference in the pagination, but I think it's, you just said she needs a font.
But they're not being disputed. All right. That's just for both statements, not being disputed.
I'll finish showing defense counsel before we start. The exhibit previously showed them.
What is that?
Do this here.
Yes, issues that we can have at the table.
Yeah.
Right, perfect.
Okay.
You got it.
Christine,
Yes.
you're not gonna. You're not gonna go to 12:30. Just so you,
Yeah.
I didn't realize the time.
All set? Everybody ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes? All right, call your, let's bring jury in, then call your next witness. Good morning, you are Hector Bertrand.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, come on up here, please. When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
To state your full legal name for the record.
Hector Bertrand,
Spell your first and last name for the court report.
Hector, E as in boy, Ertrand.
Thank you, please be seated. Bertrand, that microphone in front of you only adjusts up or down, not back and forth, all right? See you a little too high. All set, ready to go? Count you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hex Bertrand, during our police department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years,
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to road. I never left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics. And then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number, a lot.
more than 100?
Yes,
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So drawing your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not gonna ask you. So going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay, once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on or shower, so, and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay, when you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti, advised him that I had got called out. And so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay, with regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I wanted to go back to set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, did you become familiar with the areas of Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke and Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, county line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound.
Westbound on Pembroke Road,
Yes.
it depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to Defense Counsel marked as States B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict what you showed the jury?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 through 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state will request to move States B in as States 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
Thank you.
States B, Mark States B.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see. Thank you so much.
At least we're not all leaning to the left in this one. We don't have to all lean to the left to try to see all the videos. So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Garrett, one second. Garrett,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well,
and Detective, could you be so kind as to step down so we can use the easel?
Sure.
Thank you. Counsel, do you need to move to this? So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
yes.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'm gonna start with Bo Camper's Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, I believe right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here. There's a Home Goods. There's a Chick-fil-A. There's a gas station here in the corner. There's a Benihana's. There's a Home Depot, Anthony's Cold Pizza. There's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm gonna stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what is Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county is in?
I guess, yeah, yes.
And,
We know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is, I believe, here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and a liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you've indicated is on Miramar Parkway before 172nd, if you're headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Does 172nd run north and south?
north and south, yes.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs again east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road and goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming into court today. Don't let the ladies and gentlemen Jersey.
Yes.
Detective, do those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th in the second map?
Yes.
To your knowledge and experience working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd, because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 172nd to 184th sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting the states C in, is states free and published to the jury?
Any objection?
Your Honor, we'd object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when the witness said he cannot attest it.
Can I see the exhibit?
Unfortunately.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State C, or state C three.
Okay, to be able to publish the ladies and gentlemen, jury, slightly larger version of state C. This one is double-sided. Detective Bertrand, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Pollo Tropical. Do you point that out to ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Okay, and you said a Chick-fil-A as well?
Chick-fil-A is gonna be around here somewhere.
And if you can indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway?
Over here, this is Dykes.
160th?
And Miramar Parkway, 160.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of States C. We're going to show the photo traffic again, please, if you'd be so kind. Okay. And then the Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is gonna be Silver Lakes here, and then over here on this side, and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes, and there's another development here, I can't remember the name of it, but this here is Sunset Lakes and runs west.
And Sunset Lakes you're indicating is west of 184.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes.
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
In his statement.
So I'm gonna first start, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States D for identification purposes only. Look at that and do not show that to the jury. Does that map fairly and accurately depict Miramar from from State Road, Brook Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States D in as States 4 and
No
request
objection.
permission to publish.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States D, states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of States D, if you'd be so kind, Detective. The address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street. Was that address made familiar to you as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's another guard gate down there somewhere.
So is it fair and accurate to say that this is Southwest 40th Street right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, is that indicated with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the
Speaking
map,
objection.
Which comes sidewalk.
That noise is awful.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was asking council previous about the exhibits that are smaller items of evidence that have been admitted, smaller versions of the map, and what's being shown to you are blow-up pictures of it. And so the state indicated that they were using these as demonstrative aids. And so what I want to tell you though is these blow-ups of the items that are actually in evidence are to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, these demonstrative aids are not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless they are later received in evidence. They should not be used as a substitute for evidence. The evidence is what's been previously marked the smaller version of it. Only items of evidence that have been marked in evidence will later go back to you during your portion during deliberations. So these blow-ups, these demonstratives would not go back unless they're later received in evidence. All right?
Sure.
I gotta mute that for a second. Oh, that's awful. That's their stuff to keep us from hearing anything, but man. That's awful. That's the noise that they play to keep the microphones from picking up the sidebar and keep people from hearing it. I keep muting it, but I'm trying to keep an eye on when they come back, but I can't take that noise. It's even worse. If y'all think it's bad, like when you're just listening to it on computer and stuff, imagine like the noise canceling headphones and how bad it is. And the banging is something on their end. That's not here. Let's see. I'm going to try again. Cover your ears. Yeah, they're still going until it pans out. Yeah, he's been. Oh,
The address is the 18521 Southwest 44th Street, as well as the 40th Street entrance for Sunset Lakes. So we're going to move on from this one. We previously talked about the jurisdictional borders of the city of Miramar going to US 27. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States E for identification purposes. You can just look at that. The States E accurately depict Miramar from US 27 to I-75 from north of Pines Boulevard south to County Line Road.
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States E in as States 5.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States E mark states number 5.
And so the identical larger version of it here. So Detective Bertrand, if you could show here, ladies and gentlemen, where is I-75 on this map?
Again, I-75 is here.
And just so it's clear for the record, that's the yellow indication road with the 75
It's
on
going
it.
north and south.
And in terms of the Pembroke Road, can you show where that is on this map?
Pembroke Road is this one here. This one's Miramar Parkway, and this is Pines Boulevard.
Are
The
they-
county line is down here.
And the county line, is that C9 canal down there at the bottom?
Yes,
Is the Pines Boulevard marked on the map accurate?
yes,
Is Pembroke Road as indicated and marked on the map accurate?
yes,
Is Miramar Parkway is marked and written on the map accurate?
yes,
And the bottom of the map with the C9 canal, it's not labeled, but is that an accurate depiction of the southern boundary of Miramar?
yes.
Going out to US 27, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which roads connect from Miramar to US 27?
The only road that it actually, it looks like over here in Pembroke Road, it does, but it doesn't. So the only way you can go to US 27 is you have to actually go into Pines Boulevard and head west. And then this is US 27th, and then when you get there, you make a left and you go southbound.
Now that we've established some of the jurisdictional boundaries, I'll get back to your investigation in this case. So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Portland Henry.
Yes,
Was that statement audio recorded?
yes,
Was the Miramar Police Department using body worn camera footage at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras. I'm not sure if road patrol did or didn't. But the detectives did not, and I believe they still don't.
And so is there any video recording of this statement?
No,
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
yes,
You have permission to approach?
you may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Those contents fairly and accurately represent the statements that you reported with Portland Henry on October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States F and New York States number 6.
Yeah, this is a different judge, different county, different circuit.
Here at this time, it would be appropriate for the instruction.
We want to
2.6.
publish the one item now, correct?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the shorter of the two.
That's the last portion of it.
Okay, so then we will go to the 25-page, or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first, that's the beginning.
Henry? What's up, man? Hey, guys. Hey, my name is Detective Bertrand. This is Detective Mark Brandi. We're here to talk to you about what happened. And, listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay?
My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So what happened? Right off there. What about to the left? Okay, tell me what happened. And I was playing music, you know, I was already doing sleepy, almost on, you know what I'm saying? And like, just out of nowhere, like, gunshot, you know what I'm saying? So then I ducked down, you know what I'm saying? In the car, and I almost cut.
Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from?
From Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale Studio. Which way did you take?
I took my son, 595 to
75. Then you took 75 south?
That's what it's like. If you come from Fort Lauderdale, you take 595.
Yeah.
So you get off, you get on the expressway, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then we got off at Glen and then when I got past the little 3turn signal,
Yeah.
when I got past that,
Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in?
I was coming, getting off the exit. When I got off the exit,
Mm-hmm.
after that light, when you make the right,
Yep.
I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing the light, you know what I'm saying?
What lane were you in?
I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane.
Left, you on the far left side?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you were already turning on the Parkway, or you were starting to
I was already off the exit.
Yes.
Off the exit. Already off of the exit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I made it right.
Okay.
Three turns, right?
Yes.
Okay, I went to that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Went to that. When you going west, or I was going, like, you know, west this way. No. Okay.
What actually helped? Where were you going?
I was going to our house.
Where's your house at?
Our house is over in Silver, right by Silver Lake.
Okay.
1805 21 Southwest 4th Street. Over, I can't really like, what is it? It's 1805. 1805? 1805. 21 Southwest. 44th Street. What? 44th Street. Okay, so you're going west. Okay, because you're saying that you made a right. Like, getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west, you know what I'm saying, to go west. So here comes south by 75, and you take the west. Okay, yeah, you make a there's 3 turn lanes that go right. Okay, so you made a right. Can you get to Dice? I'm not down. Okay, once you make a right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's, that's where the shopping center is. On the right-hand side, there's a shopping center.
Yeah.
You talking about like Chick-fil-A or something?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I got like around that area, and I started hitting. When I heard it, I was like, you know what I'm saying? I thought, you know, I was scratching the car. You know, so I hit the little head a little bit. But, you know what I'm saying? I was scratching the car, and I like stayed up a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. I couldn't really see anything because I'm like trying to avoid from getting shot. Like, I'm blessed to be there. Like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said?
Man, the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm trying not even, you know what I'm saying, to be even, I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to even get hit, I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life out there. And the car just rolling, I don't know what car, which way it was, you know what I'm saying?
Do you have the description of the car?
That's what I'm saying, I didn't see anything. Like, I was,
Here's the hard part, what we're having a hard time to understand, is that we shut down that entire area, and we got officers shoulder to shoulder walking up. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass, nothing. nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, that's about it.
I mean, for whatever reason, your two friends died. Are these your good friends?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are
These your two, I'm assuming close friends.
no.
And you're doing them an inservice by not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, sir. I don't like how. What do you want?
How do you make shell cases disappear?
I don't know. I cannot tell you about a shell case, and I'm driving, ducking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get hit, and you telling me you telling me about this shit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be worried about it. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's not for you to worry about,
Shit crazy, bro.
but if you tell me it happened there, there's gotta be some evidence there. There's gonna be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here from when you guys open the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's gonna be broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's gonna be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's gonna be evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but which sounds similar to your thing, but you need to be straight up with us. Okay, listen, I know you may be maybe you're scared, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job.
I'm not doing no disservice. I'm telling you the straight up honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the cluster by hitting me. You know what I'm saying? God, that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
I look up and see them like how they looking. You think I'm like looking for a car? No, hell no. I'm trying to.
All right, well, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. Let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we are upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you had some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but but also like it's crazy because people they don't try us. You know what I'm saying? They talk like on social media, you know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying,
it's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is in your face.
You know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so he was telling me like, right, he always telling me right how people just like today he was telling me some folks from our way.
What's up your way?
Like, girl, like, that's where I used to stay, you know what I'm saying? So, I grew up there. So, that's our hometown, you know what I'm saying?
So, what did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying, it's basically just like, like Instagram, just through Facebook, like, snippets. Like, folks that's like, don't even like, I know. They were just hating it.
First of all, if you're up and coming, in the music business, you're going to be all over social media. That's how you make your mark.
Yeah.
So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not big. I'm a big fan. I don't even have a phone, so I'm not like on it. Like I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. That's what we're all doing. I don't really be into that stuff. get into it because like.
What's the name of the group and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW.
YNW?
Yeah, but like, I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life. Already was like I be having like that on my home stuff back down south. I mean up top north from her beach because she has to stay with a friend and my little sister stay with her. My little sister trying to go up fast and stuff like that. So you support them? Yeah, I support them. How you support them? If we make use of my own good sign, he kind of like contributes. Yeah, that's my mom.
With Anthony Williams, what's his nickname? Yeah, what do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him Anthony. What do you call him? Seth? How you spell that? S-A-K. S-A-K. And that's how he's known on social media as Seth? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie.
What?
Julie.
June?
Julie.
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y?
And what do you know as?
I'm just known as my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name?
My name.
By your name? Of course, okay. Let me show you this real quick, okay? I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75, okay? You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's
this
like
is
the
gas
curve. That's
station.
like the curve. You part that curve.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That goes like that, yeah.
it's like on down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's on down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got on down. That's what I'm telling you. I got on down.
Did you hear the Chili's?
Where's Chili's? Like Polo Truck Crown.
Polo Truck Comes on the other side of 75.
No, they have one. They have a new one. Close to 172.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah, they have to
Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone.
Awesome.
Yeah, all right.
It's close to 172.
You know where the Target is at?
That's where the Polo Truck.
Where the new Pollo Tropical is being built?
That's the
Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway? Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got around there.
Is that where the shooting happened?
Close to 172.
So you know where Target is at?
Yeah, I know.
The Target?
About Polo Truck. I know Target.
Okay, so is that where you were at? Where the shooting happened?
I was just telling y'all that's why I got off the exit and stuff I got off.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet. Or did it happen yet?
You passed Chick-fil-A.
Did the shooting happen?
I got on past,
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
He said at the time I passed it,
Yeah.
like a little after, you know what I'm saying? Just a little after.
Okay, so you passed the light over here, the second light. After you pass the exit, there's a light there. You turn right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection, the shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
And then I got right on past the light. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Right on past the light, sir. And
No, like, no bullshit, bro. No bullshit. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And I swerved a little bit, hit the median, but like the car's still rolling, and like I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen. You know what I'm saying? In the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the median? Because you got damage to the hood of your car. The damage to the hood of the car was already there?
Yeah, on the trip. Yeah, on the trip. Somebody had been hit around. It's crazy, bro. That moved before all like.
You know, after you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think Chili's like ducked up, right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, you know, because there's like a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there. There's a whole bunch of little restaurants. And then there's the regional park. Then after the regional park is where the Target is at, and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, you know, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was like right.
Hey, how about if you get a car and show us? You wanna do that?
I guess, bro. Yeah, we can. But like, after that, like, I'm this shit, like, it's like breaking my anxiety and shit. Like, I can't, like, they're really dead right now. I just seen you, man, in the car, dead, bro.
You don't have a cell phone? Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They stay with me.
They stay with who?
They stay at the same place.
They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they?
One's 21, one's 20.
Who's 21? Anthony's 21?
Yeah.
And Chris is 20?
I think so. I don't know if you say it, but I know that Anthony's 21, so.
You can't give me any names that was you guys were beefing with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We kind of not really because like
What do you use for social media? What sites?
I use,
Yeah.
I just be on like Instagram. Really, that's the only thing I be on. They be on everything, but they be on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW and
YNWM?
huh? YNW and
Band? BAND?
yeah. May I ask me?
Just to help us figure out what, if we're
Like the
yeah.
y'all not really seeing it on my videos. Like my videos, like.
Yeah, but then we'll get your friend's page, we'll get your friends.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I understand.
What about Anthony's? YNW?
SAK.
Sack chaser.
all together? And then what about Judy? What's YNW stand for?
Young New World.
They've got it scheduled through August 3rd, but I don't know how long it's actually going to last.
Yeah, but Chris and Anthony, are they both from Bureau Beach too? Where they from?
Anthony's from
Yeah. Okay. You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name or that?
Anthony's mom's name is, Jana.
Jana?
Yeah.
Jada? Jada or A? Thomas? What, Anthony? Oh, Jana is Anthony's? What about Chris's?
Do they live here or in Barrel? The mom?
Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Into Jamell. His brother.
Jamell brother?
My cousin, Jacoby, agent.
What's Jamell's last name? What is it?
DeMar. D-E-M-O.
I've been saying his last name wrong. I was saying it how it's spelled.
And they haven't had enough calls with me lately? Who? Your roommates.
I'm saying, like, everybody, then people been saying, like, stuff is squashed, stuff like that.
They said stuff was squashed?
People have said stuff is squashed.
Who was it squashed with?
People that don't, like, I know they.
Which would just, enlighten us. Phil saying, helps us know a little better. Who were you beefing with that it got squashed? Who was that? What's the old homeboy's name?
Like, his name is
What is it? Bentley? That's his real name, that's just what we call him.
That's his real name.
And where's he from? Have you seen him down here recently?
We did get jumped in Walmart
When?
a couple months back, so like, I don't know who the kick guys were.
Which Walmart?
The Lord right here, River Park.
The Walmart close to
That
your house?
house, like, yeah.
Is that the one in Pembroke Pines?
Yeah.
Did you guys report it?
Nah.
Who jumped you? Was he inside the Walmart or out the parking lot? Who was it?
I don't know, it was shit, I don't know his You're talking about the Walmart on 184th and Pine Boulevard?
They said they called.
Did you remember talking to the police that day or?
No, we was on police.
You just left. You just left. What was it? The beef was inside the store? When you say fought, just fist or anything else? Any weapons shown in there? What is it safe to say, you beat them?
Whoever really lucky. Whoever really lucky. We got a few things and like they stole, like they picked my homeboy's chain pop and they picked it up and they started like flexing on Instagram.
So after the fight, they.
So this was on Instagram?
Yeah, they posted it on Instagram. I think they deleted it because
Who is that?
I think the person, the people that took it, I think they deleted the video, deleted their Instagram, all that. Like, it's crazy.
Remember the names? What was the
Nah, that's
names?
what I'm saying. I ain't know who they was. Period. I'm not from that. They was from that.
But you know it was, but you knew it was on social media posting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I seen the post, but like, of course, anybody can go on Instagram, and you know what I'm saying. Simply just go on Pembroke Pines and beautiful gonna pop up. You know what I'm saying. Or it's like my homeboy. He's like big. You know what I'm saying. He's big. You know what I'm saying. Who's your homeboy? He's recording my. You know, Jamell.
Is that your one, Jamell? He's known?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't know, like, it just came up on notice, so, like, what I'm saying is, like, we didn't, like, know what it was, like, it was like, I know it, like, you know what I'm saying, like, almost like, you know how I used to go to the store or something, and, alright, say you go in the store, and you just feel like something happened. You know what I'm saying? And like your instinct tell you, and like you just, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. Like we just call them when they didn't call them, and it just happened like that. And they ran out of store like when they got.
You have any affiliation with any of the gangs? Nothing at all? What about your friends?
No, none of us affiliated with them. We just record ours.
Let me ask you, did you, huh? That's the keys to your car? Yeah, just put them over here. Have you fired a gun today? No. You know they're gonna be able to tell, right? Okay. I'm asking you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking you, because if somebody was shooting at you, you know, and you shot back, that's self-defense. So there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Actually, the law allows you to do that. But I just want you to be straight up with me, okay? Because if we test your hands and stuff, it's going to tell us if you shot a gun today.
I was shooting a gun today. I was shot.
Are there going to be any guns in the car? Were you guys just smoking out when you guys were in the car driving?
No, they no, it was like when I got on close to the exit though, they was like, damn, let's see. You know what I'm saying?
Well, because the car reeks, you know, a weed, so. Okay, I just want to know, you know.
I'm saying real, I'm saying straight. Like, I'm saying,
They don't have any lot like them. Right. You guys doing any dope deal gone bad and that's why this happened?
And you guys work. How do you guys support yourself?
Coach, my homeboy is assigned to court.
Jamell? Yeah. That's how you're paying for the rent for the house and utilities and everything?
Yes, sir.
Who's he signed with?
He signed up 300. Hold up. With 300?
I'm assuming that's a rental car? Who's the car rented?
Well,
What's that?
our manager.
Which one's your manager? What's his name?
Like, it's like Frankie's.
Your manager? You know?
I'm calling my weekend. I need another girl. And I just met him like this year. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna like just know his name. But his name's Track.
Is what?
It's Track.
Trek? T-R-E-K?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to provide us that's going to help us for your friend's sake? This is the point. That anything you're involved in, anything illegal you tell us, it's fine. It's a wash at this point. But we need to know the full story for Anthony and Chris's sake.
Yeah, we don't care, man, as far as that. All we care about is your friends, who shot your friends, right? We're homicide detectives, so I don't care if you were doing a drug deal. I don't care if you had a beef with somebody. I'm just telling you, I don't care any of that shit. All I care about is solving your friend's homicide.
No, it wasn't nothing like that, bro. I told y'all the story, and that's it, bro. I don't even talk about it. Like, bro, I told y'all. Like, I don't know.
Okay. Just so you know, all right, because you're saying, well, I don't want to talk anymore. There's going to be a lot more questions. And we're not trying to piss you off. The thing is, we don't know your friends.
Yeah.
So the reason we have to ask all these questions, because the more we know about your friends, your lifestyle, your friend's lifestyle, your friends, his friends, and the circumstances surrounding today, the more, easier it's going to be for us to try and solve this. Okay, if we don't get any information, it's let me throw this out to you. Okay, and just be straight up, man. Just be this is an honest answer, and I would respect you. Okay, by just telling me the truth, even if it's something that I don't want to hear. But I respect the truth rather than BS, okay? And it's a simple question. If you knew who did this, okay, you may or may not know. If you knew who did this, would you tell me? It's either a yes or no question. Answer.
Honestly.
Yeah, honestly. The truth. You wouldn't?
Because I wouldn't really be a part of it. I wouldn't really be.
Okay. I respect that. I respect that.
It's a lot of coldness.
Because you rather just handle it within you guys? Okay.
I don't know how to feel right now. Like, I'm so fucked up right now, like, I don't know. I'm sorry for my language, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit making me emotional, bro. Like, I ain't been asleep since yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit just really just fucked me up, bro. You know what I'm saying? And y'all gotta take my shoes, and I just got them bitches back from somebody that goddamn took them from me. You know what I'm saying? Someone took your shoes? Yeah, and I had to get them back, and I had to really them up. They both took your shoes. My homeboy had them took them, and I had to go get them, and he had to fuck them up, man. I just cooked them yesterday.
He stole from you?
He like, some kind of like switched them out, like issues or nothing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
He lives with you or is
Nah, he just came down there just to, you know what I'm saying, just to, because he makes music too.
Mm-hmm.
So he came down there just to do for people, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, your house or at the recording studio? Hey, where's the recording studio at?
I don't know the exact like location, you know what I'm saying, because it's my first time being there. You know what I'm saying? They brought me there.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
Give me some landmarks.
I know it was in there, like, that's probably like,
Anywhere?
In 4 or 5 there. That's like,
You know what exit off of 95? Do you get off 95? Is it on East?
yeah, it's off of 95. I think it's like, is that Oakland? Something like that.
Oakland Park?
Yeah, I think something like that. I had to come on music on.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to help, you know, the friends. I know what happened. I know. So, you know, I mean, with my friends, it's just like, I can't, like, you know, like, if you was there, and you was inside, I understand that, like, you know, getting shot at, I'm sure it's not a fun thing. I've been shot at too, so I definitely know, but I definitely would want, you know, to find out or help the police as much as possible, you know. Because, listen, the bottom line is, man, you know, I know you're mad and you want revenge and all that kind of stuff, but the reality is, what's it going to bring to you? A momentary satisfaction? I'm just saying, what would that bring to you? A little bit of satisfaction, but then you get caught and then you end up, you know, in jail. Maybe you killed them, they're suffering or whatever is done and over, they don't get justice through the law, but then you end up in jail. You know, so who won? You know, is the truth, you know? They win, because, you know, because now instead of killing 2 people, they essentially kill a third, because once you go to jail for life for killing somebody, then your life is essentially over too. So, you know, you gave them the satisfaction of taking out the entire car. I'm not thinking, you know, retaliation. I was trying to meet my mom and my sister. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say. That's I heard this. I heard you get. You know what I'm saying? I heard you get the dudes, 2 people you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? That shit hurt. How long have you known? Yeah. Anthony and Chris, like how many years? 5 years? How did you guys meet? Was it school or was it school? Or just do music business?
Hold on.
With Your Honor's permission, may I publish the last short clip?
It's in evidence, correct?
Yes.
You may.
When you came down, so you didn't get off on 75. You got off on 75 when you came down. You didn't get off, you didn't come from like 95 and get off on Allendale. I came from Fort Lauderdale, you travel 95 first, right on Sawgrass Expressway. Right. You got 595, it's like Florida, it says Florida International, you know what I'm saying? And then I got on the expressway. Expressway take you all the way to Miramar, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so you took 95 south, then you went, you're saying 595? 595 to 75? Yeah. And then south on 75 and got off on the Miramar exit off of 75. Okay. Which is where the boat campers is and all that. Yeah, okay. You said boat campers? Boat campers, restaurant, boat campers. I mean, it's lit up? Yeah. It's like a big restaurant, yeah, lake around. Okay, yeah. All right, we'll draw some stuff here real quick and as soon as we're done, we'll get you home. Okay? All right. What's the big rough
Thank you, Council. Does that conclude the publication?
It does, Your Honor.
Thank you, Gary. Can you collect the transcripts from the ladies and gentlemen jury, please? Ladies and gentlemen, pass the transcripts both up into the bailiff, please, Gary.
I tried to translate everything that I could that wasn't coming up on captions. It was hard to hear.
You have more, Gary?
Yes, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're gonna do. It's now 12:40. We're gonna take our luncheon recess. Remember the admonition that I gave you previously. You are not to discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or research. Just leave your notepads on your chair. We'll see everybody back at 2 o'clock, all right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice lunch.
Okay, I know that was really hard to hear, and I kind of ignored chat because if I'm reading chat, I can't focus on what they're saying. So I tried to like get as much of it as I could in my headphones to tell y'all what they were saying, but it wasn't easy.
The record reflect the jurors stepped down, counsel remained, along with the defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel?
Just if I could tell Detective Bertrand, I did not have any communication with you while you were on the stand. If any issues arise, please contact my office and I'll get a message.
Anything to discuss?
No, sir.
All right, have a nice lunch. See everybody back at 2. Thank you.
All right, so we're catching up so we can skip through lunch. I think they took a long lunch break. Yeah, courtroom audio is not great, so we're trying to do what we can, but
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, our witnesses for Brandi remained on the stand. Now that people will go for lunch, you're still on your direct examination of witnesses. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon, Detective Bertrand. We left off listening to the statements that you took.
Yes.
I first want to ask you a question. There's an incessant beeping going on at the beginning of the statement. What was that?
I believe that was medical equipment.
Okay, where were these interviews taking place?
Inside I guess, where they put patients, a little room,
So an examiner at the hospital?
yes.
Okay. When you're finished speaking with Mr. Henry, and there you discussed in there a part where the officers were walking shoulder to shoulder down your Roper Court.
Yes.
So in terms of the time frame of that morning, when is this statement with Mr. Henry taking place?
The statement, Mr. Henry, well, I got at the hospital at 5, and I believe it was at 6:05 when we started the interview.
And so
In the
between
morning.
5 and 6 a.m., the area between 172 back east to 160th has already been searched.
That was, I believe, prior to me getting there. They had searched from I-75 to Dykes, 160th. And then after I left the hospital, because that's why you hear in the interview us talking about, well, we didn't find anything, because that was the initial area that was searched. And so then after I left the hospital, I met, there's a Walgreens on the northwest corner of Dykes and Miramar Parkway. We met there with about 20 officers or so. There were sergeants, CSAs, road officers, traffic unit, and I told them I wanted block off Miramar Parkway from 160th all the way to 172, the westbound lanes, and eventually we did that. But prior to that, Detective Moretti and Toyota drove Cortland to the area to get it better. A lot of the interview, that's what we were trying, that was important for us to find a location and jurisdiction.
So, is it clear there's actually 2 searches done between I-75 and 172?
Well, actually 3.
Could you
There
explain?
was 175, I-75 to Dykes, 160th. Then I was involved personally from 160th to 172. I assisted in walking that area also with, I think.
That's the 20 officers you were talking about? That.
Well, the 20 officers to block off everything, and then we had I think a dozen officers, including myself, that actually walked from 160th. This was a second search. And then once we finished that one, they continued from 172 to
Is that the 184th we discussed earlier?
right, exactly.
So going to the search from 160th to 172, you testified previously it's a mile distance.
Yes.
How long did it take to conduct that search of that mile with the 12 officers?
It took us about an hour to do it, because we would stop along the way, we would find a little debris, kind of look at it to see what it was, and that kind of stuff. And essentially we walked shoulder to shoulder, kind of,
Okay. Did you find any shell casings?
No.
Any glass fragments?
No.
Any projectiles?
No.
Any tire marks?
No.
Any sort of impact or anything on the median that would indicate a crash or recent friction?
No.
The next thing that you did you continue on from 172 to 184 of that mile-long search?
Other officers continued that search.
But were you there personally?
No.
At that point, did you travel to a location in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
Yes,
And would that be 805 Northeast 4th Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
When you arrived at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, what was that?
That was a recording studio, kind of like in a warehouse district.
When you went there, did you make contact with the management and the owner-operator of that business?
Detective Toyota.
Once you went to that studio, did you determine the name to be New Era?
Yes.
After you went to New Era, did you review the surveillance footage that was collected from New Era?
At one point I did.
Okay. I'm now approaching what's been previously marked as stage G for identification purposes only.
Yes.
Detective Bertrand, is that the studio footage that you recovered from New Era on October 26th of 2018 along with Detective Toyota?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the studio footage that you reviewed of October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
At this time, the state requesting stage G in.
No objection?
Okay.
It'll be admitted.
States G, we mark states number 7.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Yes, you may publish, are you looking to have a light skin?
Yes, please, Your Honor. And so, Detective Bertrand, are there a number of clips on this particular footage that you retrieved?
Detective Toyota was the one that downloaded it, but I reviewed it all there also.
Okay. I only at this point am going to publish the exterior from channel 4, 2018, 1026, 02, 17, and 41.
So this is them leaving the studio, I think is what they said.
Excuse me, you're able to see? Yes, all right.
Detective Bertrand, in your experience in collecting and reviewing surveillance footage over the course of your career as a homicide detective, is the time always accurate?
No.
Is it your recollection that this was off by 1 hour due to time
Objection.
adjusted?
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Sustain, rephrase.
When this video was recovered, was there a determination made as to how far off the time was from mail pass?
Same objection. Watch from sidewalk.
We've seen so many cameras lately that have the wrong timestamp. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? I think we are only about 15 to 20 minutes behind real time now. So it didn't take us long to catch up because they did a long lunch break. Thank you, Brooklyn. Yeah, I know that she had a court hearing today that I have not been able to check yet. So thank you for the update. mute that for a second. That was, for those of y'all who've been watching with me, they're about to do the doors this week, so I have to find a new place to stream.
Toyota. Was there a process in which you determined the time of which the DVR was currently recording it and the difference to the actual time?
I really wasn't involved in that portion of it.
So you wouldn't be the best person to ask?
No.
Understood. Prior to viewing this footage, had there ever been any mention of a fourth person in the gray Jeep?
No.
After you went to this location, did you travel back to Miramar?
We did.
And where did you go when you went back to Miramar?
We went to the office, which is in the clubhouse of Sunset Lakes.
And at that point, did you obtain surveillance footage from there?
Detective Toyota did.
And we're gonna get that in for a different witness, so. Okay. Moving on to October 28th of 2018. Did you go out of town? I'm sorry, October 27th, 2018. Did you go out of town to help further interviews in this case?
I accompanied Detective Toyota, Moretti, and I believe Toyota and Tomlin.
Okay.
We
When,
went to Vero Beach.
okay, when you went to Juror Beach, did you record those interviews up there?
No,
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I didn't speak to anyone. I stayed, I believe Detective Moretti conducted all the interviews. I stayed outside and I think in like a kitchen area, kitchen, living room area. And I just hung out with the family that was there.
Did you provide your contact information to the family?
I believe I did, yes. I went to the party.
Specifically, Nakia Bagley, that individual, did you provide your contact information?
Yes,
Did Ms. Bagley late without saying what she sent you? On the next day, October 20th, did Ms. Bagley send you text messages?
let me go back. I'm not sure, I know I left a card. I'm not sure if it was her. I left my card at the house.
So that was on October 27th.
Yes,
So on October 28th of 2018, without going into what was sent to you, did you receive text messages from the family members of one of the deceased?
yes,
Okay. Now, going forward on November 2nd of 2018, did you attend a memorial service or funeral in this case?
I did.
Is that common as a homicide detective?
It is.
Why would you do that?
One, show respect, and two, looking for information. Sometimes family members will come and approach us and talk to us. Friends, they'll come that previously they didn't know about us, but now they see us there and they approach us.
Were you able to determine or develop any other leads yourself at that memorial service for
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. Moving forward to November 8th of 2018, when the first batch of phone records came in, did you take additional investigative steps?
I accompanied Detective Moretti. He asked me, based on some phone records that he got back, he asked me if I could accompany him to search an area. And we did. We went out to US 27th, Churchwell.
Please, and so
We went to, first place we drove to was Holiday Park, which is a trailer park north of Pines Boulevard on the left-hand side of US 27th,
when you say left hand, do you mean
west side.
the west side? Okay.
West side.
Okay. And describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how populated that is.
It's a trailer park, so obviously the construction is not like a house. It's not fortified or what have you, and it's pretty densely populated with a lot of trailers and stuff like that.
In your statement with Mr. Henry, you alluded to some investigation of the sheriff's office off of I-95 in Highlandale Beach Boulevard.
Yes.
As a detective in the homicide bureau, was it common to reach out to other jurisdictions for information?
Yes, I think, while we were there, we got some information of,
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained as to what the information was.
So with regards to the trailer park, did you find any evidence of a shooting that had occurred at that trailer park?
no,
Did any witnesses come forward and speak to you at the trailer park?
no,
Were there any ballistic signs at the trailer park that there'd been any shooting?
no. In fact, we kind of concluded that, based on the construction of the trailers and stuff like that, and the amount of damaged bullets that were fired at the car, it was our belief that someone would have called if it happened there.
So going forward to November 21st of 2018, did you have the occasion to respond to US 27 in Pembroke Road?
And that was a second search that we did.
And when you responded to there, who was present?
Detective Moretti, Detective Toyota, Detective Smith, I believe Detective Tomlin was there, I was there, and there were some canine officers from Fort Lauderdale PD.
When you were there, did you personally collect any evidence?
No,
Who would have done that?
crime scene,
Why is that?
because that's their job.
As a homicide detective, do you collect evidence?
Sometimes, but we always have crime scene if they're there. Under certain circumstances, we may, if crime scene wasn't there and we couldn't get them out.
And other than the investigation at US 27 that you were present for and Pembroke Road, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, going back to the one on the November 8th, we also searched from Pembroke Road. After we left the trailer park, we went back to Pembroke Road, and Detective Moretti and I walked from Pembroke Road all the way to Taft, north on Taft to Taft, and then back. That was about 2 miles. We walked the northbound lanes and then southbound lanes, and we didn't find anything
And that's again on US 27?
on US 27.
Okay. Nothing further at this stage, Chairman.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you for good afternoon.
How soon after the car arrived at the hospital would you say you got involved in the investigation?
Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning is when I got called out. I don't have the actual incident report to see when the call was dispatched, but I got to the hospital at 5:47 is when I arrived at the hospital.
So you got there if within an hour?
Yeah, 47 minutes exactly.
Okay.
Of when I got called out.
Okay. And your first assignment or the first task that you undertook was, the first substantive task was to interview Mr. Henry, Cortland Henry, say?
Yeah, well, the first thing was I got briefed by the officers that were there. They told me what they had done to that point, which was the 75 to 160 search. They didn't find anything. And then after that is when proceeded to interview.
Okay. So prior to you even discussing the matter with Mr. Cortland Henry for the first time, you had already been told that based on the description of the location of the incident that he provided to law enforcement, they found no evidence.
Right, from I-70, based on what Cortland told the officers,
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you had already formed the impression that he was either mistaken or not being candid.
Well, it was, I think through the statement, it was pretty evident that we were trying to narrow down where that location was. You know, because we knew that based on what he initially told the officers, it didn't happen there. So we were trying to narrow it down. That's why you keep hearing us trying to figure out the locations and giving descriptions of landmarks in the area to kind of narrow down where that location was so we can look for evidence.
Right. Because he wasn't giving you exact addresses, he was giving you descriptions, and you were trying to decipher from the descriptions that he provided.
Right.
Where he might have been described.
Exactly, where the incident happened.
And you knew to this point, at least that's up to the point where you began your interview with him, that the information, or at least the impressions that law enforcement had formed based upon what he said, were not matching up, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you started off your interview by telling him, hey, we got a problem. What you told us is not matching up with what we found at the scene.
Right.
And you developed an impression throughout the course of that interview that he wasn't being candid. Did you not?
Well, later on, we did, after we saw that there was a fourth person in the car, when we didn't find any evidence. But that's why we brought him we had officers, two detectives bring him to the scene to kind of narrow down the search area. But we did a pretty wide search of the area, just in case he was mistaken.
Sure. But even before you took him out to the scene, you were making, during the process of would you define your interaction and your exchange with Mr. Henry as an interview or an interrogation?
It was an interview.
At that time, you didn't perceive him to be a suspect.
No.
You perceived him to be a victim.
Yes.
But you're also of the impression that he was being dishonest with you because, I mean, several times throughout your statement, we can say, hey, there's a problem. You might not want to lie to us, right?
Well, we also had misinformation in reference to an incident that happened on the east side of this city in BSO jurisdiction, which we thought could have been involved, but we later found out it wasn't. So we were mistaken about that. So we were just trying to it was important for us to find the location, one, because of evidence, to look for evidence that would help us with the case. And the second reason was jurisdiction.
Sure. But I mean, you're a seasoned detective, right? You're retired now.
Yes, sir.
So at the time that this transpired, how long were you in the force?
26 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
24 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
About 13.
So it would be fair to say that you had a dual purpose during that interview. You were trying to, or at least three purposes. You were trying to determine the boundaries of jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
You're trying to identify the location that this incident took place.
Yes, sir.
In order to determine boundaries of jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And also to further your investigation.
That's correct.
And you're also trying to get a gauge of whether the person to whom you were speaking was involved or not involved. Right?
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
I mean, the number of times that you implied to him that he might be being dishonest as opposed to merely mistaken, you heard the tape earlier, right? You recall.
I didn't have a preconceived notion as to whether he was being dishonest or not. We had some mistaken information. Maybe that's where it came across that way, that there was an incident on the east side, which we later found out it wasn't. We were just trying to find out the location where it happened.
So when you were telling him stuff like, hey, if it was my friend, I'd really want to help the law enforcement officers out. I mean, don't you want to help your friend? You weren't trying to get him to be candid. You were trying to get him to reach into the depths of his recollection. Is that what you're trying to do?
I would say probably both.
Okay, so you were trying to make an assessment of his credibility throughout the course of this exchange.
Sure.
Fair, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you, I mean, having been a detective for so long, you kind of have a BS meter. You refer to, I don't want to be BS, right?
Yes, sir.
You figure you have a BS meter that's pretty well calibrated.
I guess.
Was it going ding, 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 ding?
Like I said, I was trying to find out where the incident happened.
I understand.
And that was basically it.
I'm trying to ask if your BS meter was starting to be triggered throughout the course of this exchange. That's my question.
I guess.
It was.
Sure.
Okay. So therefore you did discern that this man to whom you were speaking, this man that you were interviewing, not interrogating, may be taking you for a ride. Right? That's the ding, ding, ding part.
I don't know if, like I said, I was at that point, he was a victim. I had no reason to believe otherwise. We were basically trying to narrow down the location. I also understand that being shot at is a traumatic experience based on what he's saying. And that's why we had him, he was transported to the scene to see if we can narrow down the location. I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your BS meter did not go off and you did not form the impression that he was being evasive in the manner in which he was answering your questions in the tape that we all just heard.
Well, there are some things that, that's why I asked them, trying to gauge whether one of the questions that I asked them was, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? To see his response. So I guess if you want to call that a BS meter or whatever, I'm just trying to gauge if he's being truthful with me, if he's hiding something. If we asked him all kinds of questions, whether it was a drug deal, whether he had a beef with someone on 75, all kinds of questions, trying to gauge what could have happened. We're also trying to find out why it happened and any other things that he might be leaving out. Sometimes it's, like I said, a shooting is a traumatic thing, and
fair to say sometimes when you leave out information, it's inadvertent and sometimes it's deliberate.
Correct, and we have to explore that.
And you were trying to figure out which one.
Correct.
But you drew no conclusions throughout the course of the.
Later we did. Later when we didn't find anything and when we saw the video, we knew that where he told us it happened, it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, you perceived him to be scared because you suggested maybe you're scared. Is that what you had perceived? Or did you perceive him to just be evasive? Which one? Or neither?
I didn't draw a conclusion. I'm trying to ask him questions, again, to have him open up, see what could be him being hesitant or if he's leaving something out or just exploring different avenues.
Okay. What about the part when he told you that he didn't have a phone? Did that seem curious to you?
Actually, I didn't even think about it, but now it sounds kind of weird, but I didn't even think about it at the time.
You know anybody without a phone? It's not living under a bridge.
No.
Okay. So at that time, this information, this indication, this loud indication that maybe he is deceiving you, it didn't occur to you now, but upon reflection, you would say it's now occurring to you? Now that I put the question.
It's easy to Monday morning quarterback when you have a lot of time. We're in the middle. My goal at that time was to find out the location, okay, so that we can look for evidence and jurisdiction. Those were the two main things at that time. And then obviously why, and get some background information as to why it could happen and things like that.
I understand that, and just to further your analogy, I would submit that during the process of this exchange, when somebody tells you, an adult male tells you, I don't have a phone, that being curious is not Monday morning quarterback. That's like missing somebody wide open in the end zone, right?
Everybody has a phone.
But it didn't occur to you.
No, really at that time, it wasn't maybe later on it could have been something that Detective Moretti would have considered, but at that time, like I told you, what my priorities were, at least for me.
I noticed you mentioned Detective Moretti. It's not something that would have occurred to you. Was it fair to say that Detective Moretti was the one making the investigative decisions on the case?
I called him to be the lead detective because we had, like I stated earlier, we had an agreement between the homicide detectives. I was 2 years left before it was almost 2 years exactly to the time to retire. So the agreement was that if I got called out, the other guys in the homicide unit would take over the investigation and that I would assist to avoid exactly me having to come back.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work out.
Sorry about that. But you're not suggesting that the fact that you weren't lead meant that if your investigative instincts suggested that certain actions be taken, that you wouldn't suggest that to Moretti. You're not saying that.
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. To me, at that point, we were trying to find out the location and try and get some historic and stuff like that.
Okay, so we're past the phone thing. I'm just saying, as a general concept, your perception of your role vis-a-vis Detective Moretti's wouldn't be because he's the lead that if something occurred to you, you would not convey it to him. You wouldn't keep it to yourself. You'd convey it.
We would discuss.
Okay. So there came a point later where you took Mr. Cortland Henry, or at least Detective Moretti did, out to the scene. So there would be no mistake as to where he said it, right?
Detective Moretti and Detective Taylor drove me to the scene.
So now we don't have the possible disconnect between what he's describing and what you perceived. Now he's saying it happened in this location, wherever it is that he took you, right?
You would have to ask Detective Moretti what was discussed. They just told me, I believe it was like in the area of 163rd and Miramar Parkway, but we started, like I said, on 160 as it proceeded westbound.
And law enforcement exerted a lot of effort, searched there, found nothing.
Correct.
Now you know this guy is not telling you the truth, I'm sure, right?
Well, at least that it didn't happen.
Okay. So at least he's not telling you the truth as to the location of the incident, right?
Correct.
And he told you where he lives. I think early on in the transcript, he told you the address on 44th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And it occurred to you, of course, that maybe we should go and execute a search warrant on that location just to make sure that we are investigating the possible people that are involved. Did that occur to you at the time?
No, I didn't do a search warrant in that location.
Well, I know you did. I'm asking whether it occurred to you that you should have.
No.
And based upon your being in and around Moretti, you never heard him suggest maybe we go do that.
In order to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause to that a crime was committed there. And at this point, we had no evidence that the crime was committed at the house to get a search warrant.
You need evidence, probable cause to determine that a crime was committed at the house, or you needed probable cause to determine that possible evidence of a crime may be retrieved from that location.
Correct. Yes. Yes to both of those.
And so the gentleman who shows up at the hospital telling lies with two deceased people in his car, it doesn't occur to you that the place he goes directly next might be a source for you to find evidence, right?
We had no evidence that he went to the house.
Where'd he go?
According to him, to the hospital.
Where'd he go after that?
I have no idea.
Would that have been a concern?
We went to different areas. We went to other places. No, we didn't go there.
Okay. So, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you now have somebody who has presented himself with two dead bodies, lied to law enforcement, had a long interview where he's taking you around in circles and being evasive. And where he leaves, and you know.
Objection, counsel testifying has to answer.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Okay. Didn't occur to you to search, to track where he may be going and conduct a search warrant because it might be fruitful?
No.
At the time that somebody at least determined that Cortland Henry may have been involved in this tragedy, you were already off the case?
I believe I already testified to my involvement in it. So that the items that we covered was my involvement in the case, period.
Okay. So as you recall, at the time that you disengaged from further involvement in the case, Cortland Henry had not yet been identified as a potential suspect. If you recall.
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks.
So he's trying to, this is what defense attorneys do. He's trying to poke holes in the case. And he's saying, you know, Portland showed up and lied about everything. And, you know, did they follow?
Sir, the location that Cortland Henry identified as his residence was also the place he identified as residence of the two victims.
Yes, sir.
And that didn't trigger you to think maybe to search that location either?
No.
Okay. Tell me again about Walmart. Do you remember what Cortland Henry told you about Walmart?
He described some incident at Walmart
And the reason that you were asking him, I think explicitly, was that you were trying to determine whether or not there could be any other people who may have had a motive to engage in the offense.
Correct.
And he told you about an altercation that took place at Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And you know, of course, that Walmart has surveillance tapes.
Yes, sir.
And so when did you go and retrieve those tapes?
I don't know if Detective Moretti did.
If you were making the call, would you have done so?
I don't know if there was no connection to it at the time. I don't know if I would have or would not.
Because you do realize you asked him that very question for that very reason.
He also said that there was nothing to it, that as best as I recall.
He said the beef was squashed.
It was, yes.
So you said, okay, well, and then that settles it.
Well, I didn't say anything. I thought,
It's always
You
Walmart.
didn't do it.
I didn't, no.
That completes your cross-examination, counsel?
I think so, sir, but I'm being vacant.
Yeah, Portland's got a hearing on June 30th, and his trial right now is set for October.
Remember the reference to a guy named Bentley in the statement? That there was a beef with a guy named Bentley? You don't recall?
No.
Okay. Because we listened to the statement earlier, and that statement said the beef was squashed with Bentley. It didn't say that the beef was squashed with the Walmart. Right?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you just know that you didn't go and check up on either one.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
That's right. Detective Bertrand, does surveillance footage exist forever?
No.
Is there a retention time frame in which you have to be able to go to whatever location to retrieve it?
In most cases, from a week or two to 30 days max.
Did Mr. Henry give you any more idea of a time frame as to when this Walmart incident happened?
If he did, it's contained, I don't recall at this moment.
Counsel asked you a lot about getting a search warrant for the house.
Correct.
Do you have any information whatsoever that would lead you to believe the defendant, Mr. Demons, or Mr. Henry have been at the house?
No,
Where did all the investigation point that they had been
in the car.
with regards to the recording studio? Did you go there and retrieve the evidence from that location of the
Yes.
video? No. Did you get a warrant just based on belief,
No,
on a hope and a prayer?
no.
What do you need?
You need probable cause and evidence that items of the crime are there.
Did you have anything to base that on to go to a judge and ask for a search warrant at that time?
No,
Do you know how long the defendants lived there before they were evicted? If you don't know when they were evicted, that's
I
fine.
don't recall.
Council brought up a lot about Mr. Henry being evasive or not wanting to answer questions. You asked some questions of him. Did you think he was going to try and exact street justice?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry?
Did you think Mr. Henry was going to
Objection
try,
to the leading. I don't know about leading, sustain the objection.
with regards to the questions you asked of Mr. Henry, did you ask if he was going to take any actions into his own hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Who's your next witness, counsel?
Morgan Curry.
Yeah, it looked like it said
Bring in Morgan Curry, please.
evil plans and stuff. And the back said, was like a mwahaha, like an evil laugh. Probably not the best notebook to have in court, just saying. Maybe we should rethink our notebook choices. She reminds me of some actress that defense attorney does, and I cannot think of who it is. I can see her in a movie, and I can't think of who it is.
Good afternoon. Are you Morgan Curry? Well, this is our witness stand. We're gonna come up here. When you get to the stand, you put your things down, but just remain standing. Thank you. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Morgan Curry,
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
MORGAN,
I need to stop all that banging
Please have a
around.
seat. Madam, that microphone will adjust up or down, not back and forth. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curry. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
With the Naval Criminal Investigative Service,
What do you do for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
I conduct criminal felony investigations, also hold arrest authority.
And in terms of your job description, what area or specialization do you?
Yes, so specialize in cold cases as well as in forensic consulting for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What does that mean to be a forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
Yes, handle any type of forensic expertise or crime scene processing.
Okay, and the crime scene processing that you do, what types of training and experience do you have to do that from NCIS? And not the TV show, just to be clear.
Correct. Received over 210 hours of formal training in crime scene processing and documentation, to also include photography, the collection of evidence, the processing of evidence, collection of DNA, fingerprinting, various other forensic principles. I also received a bachelor's degree prior to NCIS, but specifically within NCIS. Just the formal training of documenting and collecting evidence.
Prior to working for NCIS, where were you employed?
With the Miramar Police Department.
How many years were you for Miramar Police Department?
About 4 years.
And the 4 years that you were there with Miramar, what different job titles did you hold?
Started out as a evidence and property custodian for 2 years, and then was promoted to a crime substitution for 2 years.
And so what were your job description as an evidence custodian?
Evidence custodian, so collecting as well as storing any type of incoming evidence or property for the department.
Okay, and then once you were promoted to crime scene technician, how did your job description change?
It included the same responsibilities as the evidence and property custodian, but it changed a bit as far as going out to various scenes to collect, process, as well as document or photograph crime scenes.
Did you take classes or trainings?
Yes, I did.
And so what ones did you take at Miramar Police Department?
Specifically at Miramar, completed a 16-week on-the-job training with crime scene documentation, as well as photography and other crime scene principle training. And then also throughout my employment there within the 2 years, just continued with additional advanced trainings.
Okay. You mentioned that you had a bachelor's degree as well. What was that in?
Also in forensics with a minor in anthropology.
And where did you get that?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
And what year?
2014.
Did you also obtain a master's degree?
Yes, I did.
And in 2017, where did you obtain your master's degree from?
From Nova Southeastern University.
And in what field of study?
Department of Homeland Security was the concentration, but it was the degree was titled National Security Affairs.
With regards to your involvement in this case, October 26th of 2018, you became involved in the investigation regarding Miramar case number 18-10-020629. And what was your job description for this case?
I was a crime scene technician in this case.
Were you the only crime scene technician?
No, there were several others.
So walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through how you first became involved.
First involvement was contacted by our dispatch unit to respond to assist with processing the scene.
And when you are contacted, are you at home? Are you on shift?
I would have to refer back to my report to specifically know for this case. But normally what happens is either contacted by phone and or if we're on our radio, we're contacted by via radio.
Do you respond directly to the hospital in this case?
Yes, I did.
What is the first thing you do when you get to the hospital?
Meeting with the detective that's on scene, if they're on scene, and or the lead officer that's there to debrief on whatever my assistance is needed for.
Okay, and so what tasks were you assigned once you spoke with the officers and detectives on scene?
I was specifically tasked with photographing and documenting the individuals that were there at the hospital.
When you say the individuals that were they living or deceased?
Deceased.
Did you have any involvement or contact with Cortland Henry? Who would be a living individual?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any contact with the defendant in this case, Jamell Simmons?
No.
So I'm going to start and go through when you're documenting the scene at the hospital. How do you do that?
It first starts with speaking with the detective or officer that's there to kind of brief on the case. Then from there, we start with photography. It would also include photographing the scene, photographing the important information and or evidence, documenting via notes, so taking notes as far as address, other pertinent information, and then also if there's collection of evidence, just making sure that you document what evidence you're collecting and transporting it appropriately.
In terms of the number of photographs that you take, I'm not asking you exactly how many, but how is it? Voluminous?
Could you use different words?
Sure. Do you take a bunch of them?
Yes. Yes.
Is there any particular pattern that you do when you're taking these photographs?
Yes. So we start with overalls. So that just includes an overall depiction of the scene to include, again, addresses or any type of location information that there is there. And then we move into mid-ranges. So if there's any specific mid-ranges that ties what you're focusing on in your scene to specific pieces of evidence, you would start there. And then if there is something that needs a close-up photograph, we then move into close-ups.
And you follow that same process, whether you're documenting a person, a place, or a thing?
That is correct.
In this case, you mentioned collecting evidence. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you're collecting a piece of evidence?
When you're collecting a piece of evidence, you start initially by documenting it with notes, and then from there photographing it, and then if there's photographing it in that same sequence. So overall is where it's located, mid-range, and then close-ups. After that, you would then collect it and bag it appropriately to be transported from the scene.
Okay, so I'm going to go back now. When you're collecting it, what do you do to ensure there's no contamination of the evidence?
So we always make sure to have PPE, personal protection equipment. So that includes things like gloves, masks, face mask if needed, a tie-bed suit, which would be kind of like a coverall suit to protect your clothing and or to protect the specific pieces of evidence to be contaminated with the items on your clothing. And so then from there, we would bag them into specific pieces of bagging materials. It could be paper, it could be plastic.
So investigator Curry, is there a reason why paper bags are used or plastic bags are used?
Yes, so we use paper because it is a porous material, being a breathable material. Any type of biohazard evidence that you're collecting should be in a porous material, some type of paper material so that it can breathe, so that it's not contaminated with mold or other bacterial items.
So if items are damp or moist or wet in any way, how do you deal with that as a crime scene technician?
Yep, so we do have sterilized dryers. So any type of items that are wet at the time, we do transport them in that paper, that breathable material, and then from there, it goes over to our drying chamber to be dried.
After they are dried, do you package them again?
Correct. After they're dried, they are packaged in that paper material.
And with regards to our courtroom presentation, are there occasions in which the clothing is placed between clear plastic to make it easier to handle and deal with in court?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start in an approach here.
Can you approach very briefly?
Yes.
Sorry.
I cuss at my screen every time that awful sound comes on. There was mention of during the cross-examination of one of them about Portland when he came in wearing a black hoodie. And I remember seeing something when I was going through documents about them talking about the clothes that they had on when they came to the hospital. So anything that's mentioned like that, I always try to pick up on, because if they're mentioning it, it's for a reason and it will come up later. So let's see if that has anything to do with any of the stuff that they're going to be talking about, the stuff they're testing here. Oh, coming back.
You shall recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Thank you.
He just now realized he's supposed to be standing up.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the juror step down. Counsel may want to defend. Gentlemen, you need your restroom break? Nope, you're good. All right. Counsel, just so you know, sometimes when I put the white noise on, we have a conversation. Not facing me. I can't do what I just asked. Not offending anybody who's couldn't hear. Okay. All right. No, it's no problem. We're in recess.
Appreciate it.
Okay, they mentioned the driver having time to change, but am I wrong? Y'all, I've had so much going on trying to keep up with all the trials and all the Travis stuff and getting ready for the interview and all that. Wasn't there something about him, about Melly being in a black t-shirt or something too?
For identification purposes.
Anything I can't remember, I just ask y'all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury. We go over to the defendant, evidence, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, and our witness, Ms. Authority remains on stand. Counsel, if you're ready to continue, you may.
Yes, sir. So, Investigator Curry, you mentioned that the first step you take is documenting through photographs. When you arrived at the scene for this case at 1901 Southwest 107th Avenue, did you take photographs of the deceased as you found them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, Counsel, you may.
Mr. Brown, you take a look at what's been previously marked as states H for identification purposes. It's a USB and a collection of photographs. Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of that USB and the photographs that are attached?
Yes, I did.
Are the photographs a fair and accurate representation of what is on the USB device?
Yes, it is.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent the documentation you did of the two individuals who were deceased on October 26th of 2018 as you found them at the hospital?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state would request from the state's H into evidence as a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Is there any objection?
No objection to the photos. I assume the USB is exactly what the photographs are. We did not look at the USB.
That is correct. That is done so that there is a hard copy and a digital copy for other record that's necessary.
Based on that recommendation, no objection.
Thank you. They'll be admitted.
Okay.
States H will be marked as states 8.
I'm sorry, what number?
8, number 8.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Are the photographs, they're marked, they're all part of the composite? Is that
They
a composite exhibit?
It's a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Thank you. They're admitted.
That marble reminds me of like a 90s bathroom, like a.
So I'm going to start with first photograph here. What are we looking at in this image?
It's our photo template.
What is it purpose?
It documents what's seen in photographing, provides necessary identifying information, as in who took the photos, date and time, case number, location, and what the incident is in reference to.
Okay. I'm going to start with the folder that is sub-labeled Anthony Williams. Did you have the opportunity to document the deceased who later became known to you as Anthony Williams?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to start with labeled as image 2. What are we looking at here?
That is the room plate number at the hospital that I responded to.
Was there an officer that was standing outside of this room?
Yes, it was.
Was anyone allowed into this room prior to your arrival for documentation purposes?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at?
That is the photograph of the wristband that was on the deceased.
And the date of birth of January 1st of 1880 and 138 years old. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it says on there and what is a trauma bracelet?
I would not know.
No. Can you describe what it says, what the name was assigned to the individual?
Chocolate, comma, anonymous.
The second photo, what do you see here?
That is an overall photograph of the deceased.
Why do you take an overall photograph?
It goes back to our initial documentation of how we process each scene. We start with an overall to gather as much information as we can about what we're observing, and then move in to specific areas.
On to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
Is a close-up of the deceased face.
Okay. Is there items of jewelry that are visible in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
So starting with on the ears, is there jewelry that is in the deceased ear lobes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there, we'll move on to the necklace in a different one. Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at?
Again, another close-up of the deceased face.
At this point, there is now no longer a hospital gown. what happened?
In order for us to fully document, as is, we start off with the overalls with the gown on, and then follow behind with documenting the full overall of the body. So we remove the gown with hospital staff members.
The next photo, the necklace and items here. Did you ever collect those?
No, I did not.
What are we looking at in this image?
Appears to be some type of wound.
Do you document all wounds as they appear to you?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any background in medical training, or are you trained as a medical examiner?
No, I am not.
Moving on to, what are we looking at this photograph?
So it's a rearward or supine facing photo of the deceased. So the back of the head.
Do you do anything to clean up the deceased?
No, we do not.
The plastic bags inside the paper bags, what are those?
So that contain various clothing items and personal belongings to the deceased.
Is this what you're talking about before you get to the drying chamber?
That is correct.
Is this packaging from the hospital or from Miramar?
It's from the hospital.
What are we looking at in this particular image?
Yes, so it's a GSR kit, gunshot residue kit.
And was this performed on Anthony Williams?
Yes, it was.
And now more close-up of this GSR kit.
Correct.
What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the red staining that is showing up?
Yes, so the red staining contains various debris as well as the blood that is found on the deceased, or on the area that we use to swab or test.
What is the purpose of the gunshot residue testing?
Yes, so the purpose of the test kit is to determine if there is some type of gunshot residue on the specific item, whether it's an individual or a specific piece of evidence that you're testing.
And the specific name of the gunshot residue test that's being done is what?
Forensic info.
What was the result of this gunshot residue testing?
It's negative. The presence of GSR.
So going now to the images under the subfolder Christopher Thomas, starting with image number 34, what are we looking at here?
So again, a photo of the room number at the hospital.
The next photo that is here, is this an establishing shot?
Yes, it is an overall.
The black box that's put on there for modesty, was that done by you?
No, it's not.
No. When
Candace
you take the
Paul
photo,
gifted
how
5
is it done?
memberships.
As is pristine.
Okay. Do you document the same, like we discussed with the prior?
Yes, so it starts off over and doing the overalls, then into the mid-range and close-ups.
Next photo?
So it's a close-up of the deceased head.
Does anyone assist you in locating areas or wounds, scars, marks, tattoos?
Yes, so there's other investigators that are there, or crime scene technicians that are there, as well as other medical staff, or nurses, or any other individuals that are allowed to be in that area or assisting.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention that was removed from the body?
Not to my knowledge.
Duke Delta just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
On
so
this
much.
picture here, what are we looking at?
So another close-up of the deceased face.
What was the purpose of this next photo that we are looking at?
So it is it's a mid-range of the abdomen area or the body area, the upper body area, to show the various puncture wounds as well as projectiles that are protruding out of the skin.
So, does the screen there work if you circle on it? It should be a touch screen. Let's see. So that when you're talking about the protruding projectiles in the skin.
Correct. It could be, and so it would require additional examination, but it could be anything as far as projectiles or metal shrapnel that comes from casings or bullets.
And in terms of, you're not trained as a medical examiner to know what's going on underneath the skin.
Correct.
On to the next image. What are you documenting in this photo?
So the lower extremities of the deceased, as well as the feet with the several, what we can observe as some type of injuries.
And was there a name assigned to this individual?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and what was the last and first name of this individual that you were documenting?
Tama Tak Christopher.
Okay. What are we looking at in this specific photo?
Yes, so another documentation of the upper body of the deceased, as well as various injuries.
Okay. And then this photo?
So a close-up and observed injury to the body.
Moving again to the next photo, what area of the body are we looking at here?
This is the chest as well, chest or abdomen area.
And so if you could just circle on the screen or use the pointer to indicate where's the arm versus where's the chest.
So arm and then the chest.
Moving on to the image here, what extremity are we looking at?
So the inner thigh.
And on which leg?
Right.
And again, a close-up of that same wound in the next photo.
Correct.
Going to the photo that we're looking at here. Is someone assisting you in moving the body?
Yes, one of the medical staff members.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
So documenting the rear or the back of the deceased with the observed injuries.
Okay. And Investigator Curry, at the time when you're looking at this individual, have you already seen the Jeep that's outside?
I do not recall.
Okay. So going to next photo, what are we looking at in this one?
So the lower extremities, the rear lower extremities of the deceased.
Here, so I want to make sure it's clear what area have we moved back up to on the body in this photo.
Yes, so the back of the deceased.
Have you done any sort of cleaning or making it easier to see in any way, shape, or form of the body at this point?
No, I have not.
What are we looking at this photo?
So I believe that is the arm, a close-up of the injuries or wounds on the arm.
So I'm just going to go back one. So is that what you call the mid-range shot, and then going forward again, the close-up?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking here near the elbow?
Yes, another injury on that same arm.
And then going to this on the thigh. What the last image you talked about on the inner right thigh, where's this defect that we're looking at in comparison to that one?
It's the outer right thigh.
Going to this photo here, what are we looking at here?
So the backside of the deceased.
Okay. Now in this photo?
A close-up of that same backside of the deceased.
And again, this again on the right upper back of the deceased.
Correct.
Next photo, what is this showing?
Some type of injury or defect under the underarm of the deceased.
The defects for the purposes of this, is someone holding the victim's arm in an upward position?
Yes.
Next photograph, what are we looking at?
So belongings, various belongings to the deceased.
Did you do the same GSR testing to Mr. Thomas's hands?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to that, were there any results on that?
No, the results were negative.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you do the GSR testing on the deceased hands?
Yes. So with the assistance of hospital staff, just have them hold their hands out the best way that we can. Using that kit, again, donning or putting on PPE, so some type of protective equipment, gloves, or some type of mask. Opening the kit up itself from a sterilized package, using that, it's more like a swab or a cotton pad, to which we rub against the individual's hand or whatever the object that we're testing for GSR. We rub that for about 15 to 30 seconds to collect whatever fluid that we can on that cotton swab. And then from there, there is a chemical that is within that same tubing or that same kit. That chemical is then applied to the cotton swab there, with about 5 seconds or so for a reaction. And if there is a presence of GSR, you will see there's a photograph within the kit or some type of depiction within the kit that shows that if blue specks come up, it does have some type of presence for GSR. And if you do not see those blue specks, then there's a negative presence for GSR.
So going forward, I'm going to show you a large bag here that I'm going to approach with, so you can view the contents. I'm going to open up the evidence seal on the outside of the bag now. So, I'm sorry, I don't think we established, prior to today, do you live here locally?
No, I do not.
As part of the Naval Criminal Intelligence Service, where are you stationed?
Virginia.
And if you need gloves, there's two different types here.
We're almost caught up to real time.
Scissors as well.
Goodness gracious.
In terms of the items that are in here, you can look at them best you can without taking them out of the packaging. Do those items appear to be the same ones you collected from the victim, Anthony Williams, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, please.
So I'm going to start with our defense counsel. Do you wish to approach?
No.
The items are encased into clear plastic wrap. Clear silver. So we're going to mark this item as item I. What is the item I?
Are you moving them into evidence?
Yes.
They should not be displayed until they're moved into evidence without due respect.
Objection sustained, so, okay.
Investigator, just put it behind the TV. All right, is item I the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Is there, excuse me, counsel, the objection pending still up being displayed to the jury. Is there a way you can do this without going?
Put it back to the back on that.
I'll make it easier. No objection to the clothes coming into evidence.
So with regards to without objection, so statement estimate states I in.
No objection, correct?
No objection.
It'll be admitted. States I.
And so states J.
No objection regarding states J.
No.
No, sir. It'll be admitted.
She has really pretty hair. Oh.
States I will be not states.
Number 9.
Number 9. States J will be marked. States 10.
Oh.
Thank you.
So to start with what's previously admitted now is states 8-9, the black pants. Could you please hold those up for the jury? Moving on to state A.
Any objection?
No objection.
States K will be admitted, if that's what you're seeking, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
States K will be marked states 11.
I hope they realize the audio problems and then tomorrow it'll be better.
Duties of kindness to color and respectfully and with jury what is your hand right now.
So in my hand is a jean jacket that was seized from the hospital.
And what number is that, counsel?
States 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please stand to publish states 11. I'll switch with you. Thank you. Mr. Curry, is that how you received the shirt?
No, it was not.
What did you do in terms of processing it or any cuts or anything to the shirt?
So we don't cut anything from the items itself. What we simply do is spread it out, per se, so it's folded and unfolded so that it can be tried in other action.
Okay. And last but not least, the initial original packaging.
That's correct.
Is that the initial original packaging that those items were placed into?
Yes, that's.
And did that have your name, handwriting, case number, and seal on it?
That's correct.
So with regards to the items from the victim, Mr. Anthony Williams, what did you do to process those clothing items?
After they were done drying, to document them, once again, photographing them in the lab, to document any type of, what we could identify as wounds or cuttings or anything that would assist us in documenting the clothing that came from the deceased.
When you are documenting on the outside of these packaging items, are you indicating a photo marker on them?
Yes.
And why do you put the photo marker on there?
So visually it allows some type of visual documentation, so it's easy to see what we're looking at.
Okay. I'm trying
As well as to identify that specific piece.
trying to identify the state L or those. Unless you're correct, there's been previously marked as states L for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the handwriting on that packaging?
Yes, I do.
You recognize your seal and your bar ID number on it?
Yes, I do.
And is that in the same same condition as when you packaged it in October of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is this?
It is identified as one black sock, one black gray sock, one black boxer.
And which individual do you take these from?
Anthony Williams.
Can I just send state request to state LN?
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States L will be marked states number 12.
It's like they're doing all the noises right into the microphone, but not talking right into the microphone.
There are three, 2 socks and a pair of boots. And there are gloves if you're hanging, the scissors are right there. If you so kind just to open it.
It's a joke. It's like they're like this is a joke. They're purposely being as loud as they can.
You want me to remove them out of that?
Please, if you could hold them up and show the ladies and gentlemen during it. Now, Investigator Curry, did you collect any of the tennis shoes in this case?
Yes, I did.
With regards to the additional processing that was done on the shoes, did you do that or was that done by another investigator?
To my knowledge, it was done by me.
Okay. So moving on, I'm going to go to Christopher Thomas as well. Did you collect the evidence from his person?
Yes, I did.
So, please be so kind as to open the bar on the packaging.
Okay, so Christopher Thomas is the one in the back seat. He's the one that goes by Susie.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the Christopher Thomas file.
What's the exhibit number?
This is the M, N, and O.
Is that correct, counsel? All, and no, there's no objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Counsel, there's multiple exhibits in each one of these?
That they are individually.
Thank you. M and O will be admitted next series.
Like, are those the loudest scissors you've ever heard in your life? There was one victim in the front seat, one victim in the back seat on the passenger side. Lord bless.
So in will be a white undershirt. The 13 is in the front of his breast.
It's in United States 13.
States in is a black Ranger things jacket. States in.
States 10 will be marked States 8.
And states O are some blue jeans.
States 4 will be marked States 15.
Detective Curry, if you could be so, I'm sorry, Investigator Curry, if you'd be so kind as to, on States 13, the t-shirt, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the defects that you documented.
So here, 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 here. And here as well.
Wasn't admitted as States 14, black Stranger Things jacket. You could do the same on the back of that.
I got my headphones like half on and half off.
Here, here, here.
Thank you. And as you're now approaching what has been previously marked as States P and shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Original clothing collected from the scene from Christopher's house.
And are those items still in the original packaging?
Yes, it is.
Is your seal still intact with your name, ID number?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Here at this time, state requesting the States P in.
There's no objection, so they'll be admitted. How many items are in there, Counsel?
It's 2 black socks and 1 boxers.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you.
You cover this composite, is that right?
Yes, sir.
States 8 will be marked as a composite of 3 items.
And so once we collect the photos, you indicated that you document them via photographs.
That is correct.
So I'm going to approach now with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and been marked as States Composite H of 1 USD and photographs for you to review. I showed you the USB first. Investigator Curry, do you recognize that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that USB drive?
It has my initials on the back.
And is that fairly accurately depicts the photos that you took when processing and documenting the clothing and shoes of the victims in this case?
Yes, it is.
And the photographs here, are they fairly accurately depict the same photographs that are on that USB drive?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state requesting the state's composite Q in.
Any objection?
No objection. Again, on the same representation that we have not looked at the USB, but as long as the state represents that, it's nothing but those photographs. We have no objection.
the
That's
state's
correct.
representation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
States Q will be marked as state 17.
I'll be admitted. Thank you.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes. How many photographs you said?
That, I think I can just, in a moment. Investigator Curry, if you have the clothing, why is it important to document it at the time of collection?
To be able to document how they were received as we want the individuals that collected the clothing from the deceased.
So on photograph number 1, under Anthony Williams, it has a G down here at the bottom of the photograph. Why is there a G?
It depicts the item letter that's assigned to the items.
Do you go through and assign a letter to each item that you're looking at?
Yes, each item that's collected receives a letter.
So going through on item G, and I believe there are 50 photographs in order to answer your prior question. Why do you take photographs of each side of these shoes?
To accurately depict the entire item from various angles.
Again, on item G. Moving on to item H. What, in terms of, is that the same that's been previously admitted into evidence, the black pants that we looked at first?
Yes, it is.
The contents of the pockets, why do you photograph it as such?
To be able to document what items are within the pockets because they may not be visible as here.
And now what are we looking at on item H? What view?
So the back side or the rear side of the jeans.
So this is still marked as item number, or letter H.
Yes.
What items were found inside item H?
These were the items that were derived from the black jeans.
Okay. Were those items collected and cataloged?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the amount of currency that you're seeing right here, how much is that?
$97.
Council has been previously marked as states R. Investigator Curry, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
And marked as states R for identification purposes. What is that?
It's a currency bag filled with the currency from the IDH that's identified.
Is it in the same or potentially same condition as when you collected it on the day of processing?
Yes, it is.
Is it sealed with your name and ID seal?
Yes, it is.
Is it verified by another individual as to the amount of the currency?
Yes, it is.
Here at the time, state requesting states are in.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted. Next series, what is that?
States R will be marked states 18.
Thank you.
On to what's been labeled here as states your Miramar item I, previously admitted into evidence, the boxers and the 2 socks.
That is correct.
Is this how you found them?
Yes.
Do you do any of the cutting of them when you receive them?
No, I do not.
Do you know who does?
Generally medical staff.
What's item J?
Picture of the jean jacket that was provided by medical staff of the deceased or from the deceased.
With regards to this next photo of item J, there is an arrow indicating a circular area. Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that is or is not a distressed portion of the jacket or is some sort of bullet defect?
Based on my experience in training, it appears to be something similar to bullet hole.
Okay. With regards to the arrows, is that where you're putting those on there?
That is correct.
Moving on to the back of item J, is that how it looked when you collected it?
That is correct.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene investigator, does the appearance of blood change over time as it's stored in evidence?
That is correct.
That's still the same jacket that we have in evidence?
That is correct.
Again, item J with the 2 arrows that you have on there,
That is correct.
those 2 areas of interest that you identified.
Yes.
This is a close-up of the one item J defect. What can you tell about this particular item that makes you, based on your training experience, say that it's a bullet hole?
Just based on the size, the distress in the jeans, or I'm sorry, in the clothing, and the diameter of the specific defect.
And so going on to the black shirt that's been placed in evidence.
That is correct.
That's item K as you documented it. And the little letter K that you put on each of these photos, why do you put it on the photos?
Because it's a close-up, just to be able to identify that this particular close-up pertains to the overall item K.
Now looking at the other side of that same t-shirt.
Correct.
Again, how can you tell, or what based on your training experience will tell you that this is a bullet defect?
Based on the perforation inside the clothing itself, to include the diameter of the defect as well.
Okay.
I hate seeing stuff like that. It always makes me sad.
So with regards to Christopher Thomas's clothing, did you recover money and currency from his clothing?
I would have to have my review question.
Okay. If any approaches have been previously marked as state S after showing it to the defense counsel?
Yes, Counsel.
Christopher was sitting in the back seat. Christopher is the one they call Jesus. He was
And this
sitting in
is current showing it's been previously marked as state's S for identification purposes only. Do you recognize your seal, your ID number, and the date of October 29th, 2018?
That is correct.
On the front of it, do you document the individual from which this item's clothing was collected as well as the amount?
Correct.
Does looking at that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you collected currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that fairly and accurately depict the currency and is in the same or substantially same condition when you collected on October 29th, 2019?
That is correct.
You're at this time state requesting the state's S in.
No objection.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States S will be marked states 19.
Christopher was sitting in the back passenger seat. Why am I not surprised about that?
I'm showing you what's in marked as state's T for identification purposes. Are those the sneakers that we just used in those photographs?
Yes, it is.
Do they in the same or potentially same condition?
Yes.
You're at this time state requesting the state's T in.
Any objection?
No objection.
He will be admitted in the next series, Counsel.
States T will be marked states 20.
Thank you.
Investigator, would you so kind as to open this and publish it for the jury?
It's like 20.
20. And just be a hurry, those New Balance shoes, where were they collected from?
It shows that they were collected from the hospital.
With regards to the other items that were collected from the victims, did you collect any suspect narcotics?
Not to my knowledge.
In terms of a So this, that was October 29th of 2018. That was all the investigative work you did on that date.
Correct.
So I'm gonna go forward to November 21st of 2018. What was your role in the investigation on that day?
On the 21st, can I have my report or some type of refresher?
Yes, if you would help to refer to your report, I will.
Yes.
Show defense counsel. Okay. And so if you would just refer to it silently to yourself and once your memory is refreshed.
Yeah.
Thank you. So on November 21st, 2018, what was your role in this investigation?
Responded to US 27 to document a additional scene that was believed to be some type of supplement to the initial call out.
Okay. When you arrived on scene at the US 27, who else was in it?
Several other detectives, law enforcement personnel, to include Yuma Police Department detectives and other crime scene investigators.
And with regards to those crime scene investigators, what was your specific role?
To assist in documenting and collecting any evidence that was observed on the scene.
Did you collect evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of, we're gonna start with the photographs. Did you take photographs at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Showing what was been previously marked as state V for identification. Investigator Curry, do you recognize that USB?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the photos that are attached to it?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
It has my information on there, my badge number, Yuma Police Department badge number, and it's also my name.
Did you have an opportunity to review the contents of that USB and those photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the evidence and your processing and documenting on November 21st of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state would request to remove states V into evidence and permission to publish.
No objection, basically with the same proviso. The USB you have not seen, if those are copies of the photograph, I have no objection.
They are the same, Your Honor.
No objection.
There'll be removed evidence. States B, will be more states, 101. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the first image.
So the photo template, the initial photo that is taken with photographing the scene.
And is this still under the same 18-10-06269 case number?
Correct.
And what date again was this done on?
November 21st, 2018.
The next photo, what are you showing here?
A location or establishing shot of where the scene is.
What direction are you facing in this photograph?
I believe it's going to be east to west. I'm sorry, south to north.
Hold on just 1 second.
The way that lighting is, it looks like that
facing
cop was in
east.
front of a green screen.
In this direction, west and US 27 would be behind you.
Yes, that is correct, east to west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road?
That is correct.
And there are no power lines on the north side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well?
That is correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes, so the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are maybe covered by the shrubs or the grass.
So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
No. The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with a, they have a photo marker next to it, but they did pick the actual pieces of evidence.
So going on to this next photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street. How many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
So on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
Again, showing 8, 9, 10 on the north. So I'm going to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. So the shell casing, cement casing, that's it.
Okay. That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall depiction of the specific item, and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of that.
And the glass appearing object underneath the casing, did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I do not believe it did.
Why not?
I think after discussing with investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the case.
Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope
If she knows.
of her expertise.
First, establish that she may know something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, part of your training in crime scene, is it determining what evidence may be something that would be collect?
Yes.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glassware, do you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be evidence you're done?
Yes, I do.
With regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital, had you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st of 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that is there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it was not.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that's on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to, are you able to zoom in? Is there another photograph? Or if I can refer to my report?
You can refer to your report. Would that help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes.
Okay. Council, do you need to see the report? Same report? Just have to refresh
Same
your
report, I have it, thank you.
Draw your attention to the third photo number 3. And reviewing that, is your memory now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments
Yes, they
we
are.
were looking at. How are they different so it's clear on the record?
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Moving on to photo markers, and so for this is the establishing shot for which 4 photo markers?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the
Yeah.
close-up of photo marker number 4.
This is what they're
was the
saying, yeah.
important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
So we're able to document the size of the specific item in the picture or that we're photographing.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes, they are.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
Spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of another view of these two casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. What? We'll move into the closer up one for photo marker number 6. I'm going to start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
Is that the same one that was next to photo marker number 5?
Not to my knowledge.
And to the right, photo marker number 6.
It's another spent casing.
Going on to photo marker number 7. What are we looking at in photo marker number 7?
Spent casing.
Were all of these spent casings of the same caliber when you collected them?
Yes, they were.
Again, last photo here of number 7.
Spent casing.
Moving on to the north side of the street on 8, 9, and 10. What did you collect at photo marker number 8?
Glass fragments.
Is that a view of those glass fragments?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to photo marker number 9. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
Moving on to photo marker number 10. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
We're looking here now at the one of the last 2 photos. What is this photo depicting?
Measuring or a detective utilizing a measurement device.
And what is that measurement device?
It measures distance. It's a yardstick or meter stick.
So I'm going to go through now with those items that were collected.
Yeah, closed caption is so off, but it's funny to watch. I don't want to talk over it, but I'll tell y'all in just a second when they take a break. Well, they're not coming back right now. They followed their phone records and then took dogs out there, I think, to search the area. But they followed their phone records and saw that they drove to the edge of town and then came back. So
Can we approach very close?
Yes.
okay, so I'm muting this because it's god awful sound. So when they went to the hospital, the driver, who is also charged and his trial is set for October, told them that this all happened. This was a drive-by. It all happened right down the road. He told them about where it happened. Police went and there was no glass, no shell casings, no nothing. Nobody heard anything. When they pulled their cell phone records and they saw their location, they saw that all 4 in the car had traveled in the same route and that they had gone out to like this little secluded area and then came back. This is as far as they went. So they went out to that area to check. 2 of the pieces of glass or types of glass that they found matched the car. And then there was, what they were saying is there's another piece of glass that they found that didn't seem like it went with anything or at least didn't go with the car. And they found the shell casings. The shell casings that are in the car also match the shell casing that they found. The shell casings they found in this area that they were just at also match the shell casing that they found in the floorboard of the car in the back passenger seat, which is where Melly got in the car on the video at the recording studio. So that's where we're at right now. They know that that the Portland, when he came in, lied about where the shooting happened and that it was a drive-by. So any other questions while they're doing that god awful, terrible noise? There is a, they did like the little thing with the strings and all that and said that the shots came from inside the car. I was pulling court docs and then one of our mods who is my hero also sent me a bunch of stuff, a bunch of court docs. Was looking over those, and it looks like they have a expert that they have who is going to come in and talk about the trajectory of the bullets. I'm assuming that they are going to try to say that the shots did not come from inside the car, but I guess, you know, that's what we'll hear. The state did try to get that expert witness, like they filed a motion to not let it be counted, but they are letting him. Still going. It is strange that he's up there laughing. These are his two best friends that lost their lives. And I know that, like, you know, there's always going to be funny things in trial. Like we've made fun of like Letitia and, you know, different like ridiculous things from trial. But when he's been doing a lot of laughing. It's strange.
For identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
What does that item consist of?
The glass fragments, as all of the glass fragments that were obtained from the scene.
Are there 5 samples of glass fragments that are in that container?
That is correct.
And that you recognize your seal and ID number as
Objection,
signing on
lady.
that.
Sustained, don't leave.
With regards to that, is there anything else on there that was not on there when you last sealed it?
Yes, there is.
The yellow sticker here, do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Here at this time, the state is requesting that it states WN.
There objection.
Yes. Credit. She doesn't recognize the seal on that particular item.
Anything else?
Incorrect statement as to that. It's there.
Excuse me, anything else, Mr. Peterson?
No, sir.
Objections overruled, will be admitted.
States W, we mark states 22.
Moving on to what's been marked as case X for identification purposes. Showing counsel.
What number?
Investigator Curry, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states X for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
My writing on the packaging as well as my name and ID number, member ID number at the top.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
Are they sealed?
Yes, they are sealed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move state X in.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
No, the driver is the one that took him to the hospital. Melly wasn't in the car for that.
23.
So Investigator Curry, on states 22 and 23, did you photograph those items?
Yes, I did.
So I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked and reviewed as states composite Y, a USB, and 9 pages of photographs. Of course. Investigator Curry, I'm showing you now what's been previously marked as states composite Y for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that USB and those 9 pages of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the documentation that you did of states 22 and 23 that is now in evidence?
Yes.
Mayor, at this time, the state requesting that states YN as.
Any objection?
No objection with the same proviso. The USB is the same as the photographs.
That's the representation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, will be admitted.
Okay.
States Y will be marked states 24. So plus one USB composite and 9 photos.
So starting with what's labeled as image 76, if you could just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the case number that's on there as well as the number marker.
Yes, so the case number identifies, it's in reference to the same case that these items were collected. In regards to, the item number pertains to the photo marker that was in the photographs of the scene.
Prior to photographing and processing these on November 27th of 2018, did you do an MVAC filter?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
So an MVAC filter, it's used to collect any type of DNA or any additional information utilizing a test. The MVAC, the MVAC system itself uses a filtered item. So any type of DNA that is collected off of the item that's being tested is filtered and put onto a filter that is then tested and sent off to a lab.
And so Investigator Curry, do you have training and experience on when it is appropriate to try and collect DNA from items?
That's correct.
In this instance, did you walk the jury through, please, the process of how you did the MVAC filter collection?
With the assistance of additional crime scene technicians, after collecting the item itself, it is then submerged in sterile water. A machine then spins the item. In this case, it was the spent casing. It spins the item. The water then absorbs whatever that DNA or whatever particles are on the item that's within the water. And then after that, that water is then filtered through a kind of like a cotton swab or a cotton ball, and the remnants or whatever DNA or whatever additional items are filtered through that cotton ball and then sent out to the lab to be analyzed.
Can you see the DNA on there with the naked eye?
No.
Do you know if it's successful or not?
The remnants or whatever DNA or whatever additional items are filtered through that cotton ball and then sent out to the lab to be analyzed.
Can you see the DNA on there with the naked eye?
No.
Do you know if it's successful or not at the time you finish completing the filter?
No, we do not.
No. Going forward back to the photographs, you have a number 1 on here.
That is correct.
What does the number 1 correspond to with regards to the previous photographs you just looked at?
It corresponds to the yellow photo marker that was within the previous photograph.
Do you photograph each casing from all sides and angles?
Yes.
So that's item number 1. 3 photos of that. And now, so if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what item we're looking at now.
Spent casing, identified as photo marker number 4.
With regards to the writing that's on the back of each of these spent casings, were they all consistent with one another?
Yes, they were.
And what type of writing or markings were on each of these casings?
Blazer, 40, S&W.
As a crime scene technician, what is a Blazer 40 S&W mean?
It refers to the caliber of the spent casing as well as the brand.
Moved on to item number 5 in these photographs.
Spent casing.
Were there more than one item at photo marker number 5?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 6.
Spent casing.
Again, was there more than one spent casing at photo marker number 6?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 7, what are you documenting in these photos?
Spent casing.
Moving on to photo marker number 2, what are you documenting in these photos?
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 3,
Glass fragments.
photo marker number 8. Now we're back on the north side of the road. Is my recollection correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, photo marker number 8.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 9.
Glass fragments.
And photo marker number 10.
Glass fragments.
So going forward, after you photographed these, I want to go to your investigation when you were in Margate, Florida, with regards to this case very briefly. Did you assist with a search warrant in Margate, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect any evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Were any firearms collected?
No.
With regards to that specific location in Margate, do you remember where it was?
Yes.
And where was that?
Don't remember the specific address, but it was near the university.
Looking at, is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to this specific address?
Referring to my report.
And counsel, do you need to?
No, I haven't. Thank you.
Okay. And so just read the first paragraph silently to yourself. Let me know when your memory has been sufficiently refreshed.
Refresh.
Okay, and so what was the address of that?
5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
While you were at that residence, did you make contact with any individuals?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. The search warrant and the photographs that were taken at that, you said there was no firearms recovered?
Correct.
Was there a storage unit key that was recovered?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 6th paragraph, if you just read that silently to yourself.
Thank you.
So was there a storage unit key that was collected?
Yes, there was.
Was there mail collected from that location?
Yes, it was.
The individual that was named on the mail, who was that?
Jamell Demons.
With regards to later on that day, did you then help and assist on the execution of a second search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So that second search warrant at a storage unit location, did you recover any firearms there?
No, we did not.
Just a moment. Can I close now? So I'm going to show you what's been show counsel. That's been marked as state Z. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as state and marked for identification as state's composite Z. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize those items?
With my handwriting on there, as well as my initials, date, and my Miramar Police Department number on the seal.
And do they are the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on the October of 2018?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state requests to move states Z in a composite of 3 items.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States.
Positive 3. What's the number?
State C is positive 3 items, and it will be marked states 25.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 25, you said?
25.
And so, permission to publish state Z.
Right.
Ms. Gray, if you'd be so kind as to open that and publish those items. And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are?
A clear bottle cap, rubber leaf packaging with a black straw inside, and Florida identification card for Anthony Williams.
And where were those items found?
Found at the hospital, retrieved from the hospital.
The items there, they're in the same condition?
Yes, they are.
With regards to what's been previously marked for identification as states AA, do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
A impact filter from the spent casings found at US 27.
And how do you recognize that?
With my markings, my writing, as well as my badge number and the date on seal.
Is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it and processed it in November of 2018?
Yes.
You're at the same state requesting states AA and the states 26.
No objection?
No, no, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States AA marked 26.
So Investigator Curry, with regards to suspect narcotics, if they are found, are those collected?
Yes, they are.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics in this case?
Not to my recollection.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, my report.
Okay. If I can approach, I have a copy of the property receipt with me. Sure. Would that help in assisting you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a property receipt?
Yes. So a property receipt identifies any type of evidence or items that are obtained or collected.
Is that something you document at the time when you were collecting the items?
That is correct.
Looking at that property receipt, are you refreshed as to direction if you collected any suspect narcotics?
That is correct.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics from the person of Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Cannabis.
Okay. And that item, was it packaged?
Yes, it was.
Do you have the ability to test suspect narcotics at the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, we do.
In terms of, is it analysis for a chemical certainty or is it a presumptive test?
It's a presumptive test.
Additional testing for any such information as to what that substance was, what agency does that to your knowledge?
It's sent out to the BSO lab.
So after you conducted the documentation, all the photographs, how do you preserve those photographs?
They are burned to a disc, whether it's CD or DVD, and stored in our evidence facility.
After you did that in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
No No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, can I see sidebar, please?
That noise is awful.
Excuse me one second.
Yeah, I forgot to tell Mark about my lucky eyebrows. I should have told him. I'm sure he saw it. He's been watching our stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I just was asking the attorneys approximately cross-examination, so my thought is based upon conversations I had with the attorneys, it's probably best if we break it down. So remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or research about the case. Just leave your notepads on your chairs, Tyler will pick those up, and we'll see everybody back. Now we're gonna start 15 minutes later, 9:15 tomorrow. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
9:15 tomorrow. All right, 9:15 tomorrow. So, I've seen a few of the questions. So basically, oh yeah, I forgot to tell him about the angry hoodie too. Maybe I should send him one. That's probably a bad idea. Okay, so quick fill in for those of you who came in late. And I'm not going to stay on real long because I am exhausted, and we've still got.
If you don't, let me know before you leave so we can have that conversation in front of the next council. Thanks.
Anything else to discuss from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From defense?
No, sir.
So just to be clear, on this one item of evidence, I know the defense objected to its admission not to the glass fragments, but to the notation on the envelope.
You can have a seat. You want.
Identified side
No.
glass. I overruled the objection, but it was based on the understanding that it's provisionally going to be entered. Council's not going to show the envelope to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury until, because there's basically, the way I understand the objection, it's an opinion like that this glass came from the side window of the vehicle in question. So that it's not going to be shown to the jury unless it's tied up. If it's not tied up, it's going to be redacted.
Of course, Your Honor.
You all straight?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, thank you all, appreciate it.
Does I have one other request? We cannot get all of our clients' family in the courtroom. I know last year when we spoke about this, we were supposed to have an overflow room possibly, where there would just be a TV in there, and then other people could sit there because we
Well,
want.
respectfully, that was never brought up to me. I'm not aware of any overflow rooms. I do know that the room right behind here is allocated for the news media press. They have that little room in there where they, so they're not here as much in the courtroom. And I guess the photographer is in the other room while the thing is being played. I don't know about it being overloaded in another courtroom. I'm not aware of that. It wasn't brought to my attention beforehand. I don't know what the possibility of that is. I'm more than happy to look into it, but it's not going to happen today.
Okay.
Can we just approach briefly?
Sure.
Oh, that noise. Yeah, the audio is rough in this one. We can hear like all of the side noises so loud, but their voices not so much. So do what we can. So tomorrow, starting at 9:15 Eastern time, for those of you who came in late, basically what they went over today, there was, and I posted the pictures on Twitter so you can see them if you wanted to take a look. But the story was when they went to the hospital, the other one who is also charged, who has trial in October, pulled up to the hospital. There was a victim in the front passenger seat, victim in the back passenger seat. He pulled up and said it was a drive-by and told them where it happened. Well, because it was so close, it was about 12 blocks. The police walked to canvass the neighborhood. There was where they said it happened, there was no shattered glass. There were no shell casings. There was nothing like that. So basically, they pulled their cell phone records, and that's how they found the spot that they actually found the glass fragments and the shell casings in. Also, the driver told them that he was that it was just him in the car. It was him and the two victims. And when they pulled the cell phone records, that showed that Melly was with them the whole time. I think they were trying to say that, or let me rephrase, Melly's phone was with him the whole time. I think they were trying to poke holes in that, but then they were saying, based on his cell phone use, that he was using his phone the whole time. So we'll see, what they say about that or how they get around that. Let's see. Here, let me show you. Let's see. Okay, so this is, can y'all see if oh yeah, now you can see it. Okay, so this is the hospital where they went. And so they said that they were coming from this way and came up to right here to the hospital. So they said that the shooting was somewhere around here. So they walked that 12 blocks, and that's where they were checking and everything. Nobody had heard any, gunshots. There was no evidence of it. But this was the story when they got to the hospital, and that it was just the driver and then the two victims. But then they pulled the video footage from the studio, and it shows Melly getting into the back seat, the back passenger seat right here. This is the driver. His trial is in October, and then these are the two victims. So he was driving, they were sitting right here, and they pulled up to the hospital, and he said that nobody was in the back seat. But in the video from the studio, we see Melly getting in the back seat. So when they pull the records, they show all four of their phones together pretty much the entire time until right after, or until right before they went to the hospital. Right before they went to the hospital, it shows Melly's phone getting out. We know from the records that he FaceTimed his girlfriend and said they were just the victims of a drive-by and to come get him. When they followed the trail of their cell phone stuff, this is the actual route that it shows that they took, not this one. So they followed it to the outskirts of town because they saw by that they went like kind of to the outskirts of town where it's very, there's not anything going on. That's where they found the glass. There were two kinds of glass. One matched there were three kinds. One was not related. One matched the front driver's or front passenger window. One matched the back passenger window. And then they found the shell casings, and the shell casings that were there matched the shell casing that was found inside the car on the back passenger floorboard, which is where Melly was sitting. So that's what they've gone over so far. That was our Cliff's Notes version for today. Let's see. I think that they were, I know that they were around the same age. One of them, let's see, this one, he has known since kindergarten, and this one he's known since 8th grade. So they've been friends for a really long time. So I think they were right around his same age. He was 19 when this happened, and he just turned 24. So I think one of them, I'm pretty sure Juvie was the same age, and I'm not sure about, I think it was Juvie's the one that was the same age, and the other one was within a year or two. They're both, they were young. They were so young. It's really sad. So that's what we've missed so far if you are just joining us. So I am going to sign off. We have night court tonight. Don't forget. It starts at 8:45, 7:45 Central. The attorney for Jodi Arias is going to be on with us. Kirk Nurmi, he's going to be on with us, and we're really excited to have him. So it's a huge day for us because we have two very high-profile attorneys that we get to speak to today and pick their brain. If you didn't get to see the interview today with Mark this morning, then Mark the Shark, then make sure you check that out because we actually got to find out some interesting stuff that that is kind of like the behind-the-scenes stuff that we didn't know. Let's see what else. Oh, thank you for super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mentioned night court. I mentioned both of our guests today. Tomorrow we will be streaming this trial, but I may be streaming it from my mom's house the next few days because they're going to be doing construction here. But that's okay. When I stream from my mom's house, I get snacks brought to me, so that's all right. All right, y'all, don't forget, night court tonight. And I appreciate y'all coming. Thank you for reporting to jury duty, and I will see y'all in a few hours.